Evening, everyone. How are you guys doing? Kind of quiet today for a Thursday. Uh, let's see. Hey, Cosmic. Hey, Dandelion. Thank you. All right, let me put the link in the chat. Mm-hmm. Hey, Alistair, how are you? All right. All I need to do is pin it on the live chat. And there we go. Hey, Murder Hornets. How are you doing? All right. Hello, Alistair. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. I finished Book of Boba Fett yesterday night. The last episode.
Oh, the new show.
Yeah,
I haven't watched that. I heard that it wasn't. People were not really. Well, let's just say that's not on par. I guess.
yeah, I heard. And so far, mostly like the action scenes, especially with the. Well, I don't want to spoil it, but once you get to see the show, you might you might you might you might like it. And but yeah, I still seen what people were coming from, like with certain plot points. But hey,
Mm,
yeah. Though again, with though there's now some uncertainty about Mandel season 3, but then again, like Roaster said, um, hopefully it involves Mandel socking Bo Katan in the jaw.
hmm.
Yeah, and found out that there's a Obi-Wan show. The Obi-Wan show is finally coming out
Oh, was
on
that?
May.
Oh, in May. So
Yep.
not just a few months away, I guess.
We. Yep. And hey, and maybe with maybe when that show gets to its season final, hopefully it'll be handled better.
Hopefully.
But yeah. But yeah, then again, for the most part, my overall thoughts of Boba Fett, I still liked it. And hey, it may not be perfect, but hey, then again, I'll still take it and take it compared to a certain trilogy, which well, I'm not going to go over since it's too obvious.
Right.
Yeah, and yesterday night I've been watching a lot of Sonic videos. Well, specifically with one YouTuber, mainly on Sonic Adventures, and boy, they were a little long, and I had to pull an up all nighter night because of it.
Mm,
And I'm watching watching the recent video that the person I saw made those videos made a few weeks ago, and it's relating to about building a Dream Sonic Adventure 1 remake.
Sonic Adventure.
Yeah, it's one of the early 3D Sonic games.
Sonic Adventure. Hold on. Let me look it up. Sonic
No problem, eh?
Adventure. Oh yeah, I remember this game. My cousin used to play this on his
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Dang. And I remember the same guy also talking about how the games got a little unfairly flagged, all because, well, of the association with 3D, all because of a unjustified hate mindset because, well, of what Sonic 06 caused, and and not to mention it got Team Sega a little or Team Sonic be a little bit worried about making a Sonic Adventures 3 because how people will get backlash because of the association.
Mm.
I mean, to be honest, I haven't really seen much other people on YouTube, well, at least from my experience so far, talk about talk about it much, aside from a few mentions, but then again, not too major. But then again, it was interesting to see the other side's perspective. And
Oh, go ahead.
and I my buddy's gonna come over to spend the night again.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and me and him showed each other some movies to watch. He showed me Scooby Doo and the Cyber Chase, and then I showed him a fan made Bionicle stop motion film called Bionicle Origins.
Hmm.
And then we watched, and after that, considering that little video movie is a adaptation of short stories, but expanded upon prior to the Metro Nui saga, and we watched Legends of Metro Nui afterwards, since since that movie pretty much explained a lot to him. And then I showed him the another video made by the same guy that made that Bionicle Origins video called Bionicle Ignition: Island of Doom, and it's an adaptation to the 2006 storyline where Matanui's dying and the Paraka are taking over an island called Voyanui, trying to get their hands on the Mask of Life, and a new team of Toa is trying to stop them, along with the old Toa team, the Toa Mata and the Toa Nuva. And now after showing him that, once I'm saving the second part for him to watch once he comes over, and it's basically adapting the 2007 storyline where our new Toa gang are underwater and trying to search for the Mask of Light while trying to get it before a group of sea creature and monsters try to get it.
Thanks for coming by, Daniel, and have a good night.
Alrighty, nighty night. So yeah, and so far things have been doing good. Heck, I just saw the Jurassic World Dominion trailer. And it was pretty interesting, to be honest. Then I saw the prologue first, and well, it was also interesting too, since they're basically showing the prologue for the movie, where we see prehistoric times, and then cuts to modern day at the halfway end of it. And the classic cast from the first Jurassic Park movie and Lost World and Jurassic Park 3 are back in the film, along with the cast we see in Jurassic World. And of course, I also seen, as usual, some people getting all nitpicky about it because, well, my scientific accuracy in my dinosaur movies, since in recent times there's always going to be those type of people, since they don't get that sometimes that movies don't have to be super accurate on some things that they're dealing with, like say dinosaurs, to make it great, as long as the story's good. Oh yeah, especially since Cosmic Gog, since it wasn't too spoilerly either, since the last movies were kind of spoiler heavy. Oh yeah, and yeah, they really did put some feathers on some of the dinosaurs to at least keep some of those kind of people that are overly extreme about scientific dinosaur accuracy. So that way they'll make the best both worlds, you know?
Let's see. Cosmic. I would say the '90s uh Disney films are my favorite, including Toy Story. That is like my that's my childhood right there. Those films are my favorite. Lion King, Aladdin, Beauty and the Beast, etc.
Mm-hmm. Mine's the mix of all of the eras, like the 70s, 80s, and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
2000s. I
What
mean,
was
hell,
what was the
heck,
controversy with the Sonic movie again? Yeah, the when the first teaser trailer for that movie came out, the character model looked totally off. It didn't look like Sonic the Hedgehog,
yeah,
and
and because
people
of the
were
back, sorry,
and the backlash because of it too. So I'm glad they changed the model of the character because that was just off.
yeah, and and because of the backlash, Paramount went, well, looks like some of the fans aren't really liking it. So
No, no, no,
time
no.
for the best option to do is go do a research on other material and implement and give Sonic the right design and give him his classic design back and implement nods to
Yeah,
the other series.
like really, who gave the green light to that?
Yeah, which is weird.
Yeah,
Heck,
because
for a minute, it was going to be one of those. Oh, they're making another game adaptation that doesn't understand what made the original source great. You know?
yeah, you think they were like see Wreck It Ralph movie that really did with the first one that really done well.
Yeah, and not to mention they actually use Sonic's real model. You know?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but then again, I'm glad with the backlash that happened, it caused Paramount to decide to change Sonic back into his OG design, and well, I'm still glad to hear that the movie did well, especially the fact that it's now getting a sequel.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I
and
used to love old Disney. Old Disney, I like old Disney very much. But this new direction Disney is going with, I'm
it's
kind
a
of
bit of
iffy about it.
tag.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes they're doing good, sometimes they go off, you know. But
Mm-hmm.
hey, what can you do? Sometimes things can get a little, old and cruddy when things start going over time, kind of like
Mm-hmm.
food. And
I'm just glad they didn't make it all SJW and make Sonic and Tails gay or something.
now that kind of reminds me of the time when there was that whole thing about Birds of Prey versus the Sonic movie thing, where
Mm-hmm.
everyone is trying to say no, this movie's better, and no, that movie's better, And another notable thing I was surprised is that, oh, sorry, that's my oven. I'm baking pizza.
Are you making pizza? Awesome.
Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, another surprising thing is that, well, Jim Carrey went back to his lovable self, like when he was young, you know.
Hmm.
So yeah, yeah. Not to mention, since we're talking about a bit about game movie adaptations, and another successful game adaptation movie adaptation I know that did well was the Detective Pikachu movie.
Oh yeah. I thought that did good.
Yeah, it's a little different from there's some I haven't seen it, but from what I heard a little bit, there's some minor differences between the game it's adapting from, but then again, it still did well, and
Mm-hmm.
it was really surprising to see Ryan Reynolds voice Pikachu.
For actually, I have to say, hearing Ryan Reynolds as Pikachu, I I thought it was good.
Yeah, I mean, heck, just imagine if they went with Danny DeVito. Not
Oh
not
no,
now that.
no, 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 no,
Oh
uh,
no.
no, no, no.
Okay.
I cannot see Danny Video voicing as Pikachu. Nope, no, no, no.
Alrighty.
Does
Okay.
anyone remember the Super Mario movie from the 90s? LOL. I actually liked it. I'm the only person in the world who liked it. No, I am not aware that they did a Super Mario movie in the 90s.
Yeah, I seen it, and it's a little different from the source material. Like the guy who played Eddie Saggets from Who Framed Roger Rabbit is playing Mario himself, and Dennis Hopper playing Bowser, and there's others I remember, but I kind of forgot. And there's a bit of little differences. Like it's also a dinosaur movie as well, and like for example, the Mushroom Kingdom is basically a different dimension where under the earth, and everyone, the denizens of the Mushroom Kingdom are basically humans that dinosaurs that evolved into humans, and the Goombas are different too, where they're more lizardoid humans, basically be de-evolved versions, forced de-evolved versions of some of the denizens of the Mushroom Kingdom, including Toad. And they're also voiced by Megatron himself, Frank Welker, who, as usual, does most of the most creature voices in every media out there, sort of.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I just feel it more. I mean, I
Hello,
don't hate,
team.
but yeah, I don't really hate it since, well, again, I thought it was interesting, and that's. But then again, I just view it as a guilty pleasure, where you can, while it's not the best, but you can still enjoy it and laugh at some of the stuff
Hello,
in it.
Scott. Hey, Sherry.
Sup, Sherry? Most people hated it, but those Dino people were cool. Oh yeah, the Goombas, and even Yoshi was in the movie as well, where he's made into a full-fledged baby raptor.
Hello, Thade.
Hey, Fade. Oh yeah, oh yeah. The shrinking heads part where they de-evolved some of the denizens and turning them into Goombas into with this specific, di- Cenozoic era that they were being de-evolved, both Cretaceous and Jurassic.
I have to, have to watch the trailer for the upcoming Jurassic movie.
Yeah, it's really
It
interesting.
looked staggeringly amazing.
Oh yeah, and not to mention, as usual, new dinosaurs.
Feathered dinosaurs.
Mm-hmm. So that way they'll, like I mentioned to Raquel, to at least give some appeasement to some of the people that are, more and more leaning towards the scientifically accurate dinosaurs of real life.
Well,
Right.
not all of the dinosaur life was feathered, but a great deal of it was.
Oh yeah, I know. And not to mention, there's also a swarm, a species of swarm animals in the trailer as well.
Yeah.
And I
Well,
think I remember seeing one person in a comment that was commenting on OmniViewer's video on it about the trailer, is that they're probably a prehistoric insect species from the age before the dinosaurs, since the Jurassic Park franchise managed to step you know into bringing in non-dinosaur species in the franchise, both in games and the actual material based on them that's set within the movies. Like there's a Dimetrodon in one of the stories, and a Smilodon in Camp Cretaceous, and of course with some of the games like the Jurassic World mobile game. Well, it brought in a lot of non dinosaur animals and prehistoric mammals into the fray.
Have I
Hello,
seen
sir.
both
Hello.
the Jurassic Park movies? No, only seen the first one.
Well,
Huh.
So,
if you liked the first one, Raquel, this one has all of the main characters from the first one back again.
oh, really? Years
Yeah, I meant,
Well,
after?
except for Hammond because he's dead. But um,
Ah,
well, the old man died like several movies ago. Um, but it's got yes, Cosmic. I know you like to see your feathers on your dinosaurs. You also like to see feathers on yourself too. Anyway,
Sherry says hi.
hello, Sherry. Anyway, it's got Grant, Ellie, and Ian Malcolm again.
yep,
And it's all the
Sam
original. It's all the
Goldie.
original actors too.
Mm-hmm. T-Rex was thought to be feathered recently.
Yeah, like yeah, as I said, I always seen the first film, and seeing the T-Rex eating the guy out of the toilet was enough for me not to see the other movies.
Yeah,
No,
well,
no, seriously though, Raquel, you've got to watch the rest of those. They get better each one.
and there's also
Yeah.
material that ties into the movies as well, like some video games, like the Jurassic Park the game that takes place during the events of the first film, made by
Oh,
Telltale.
they also have that cartoon Camp Cretaceous.
That
That's
takes
part of
place,
Jurassic Park too.
yeah, which also takes place during the events between Jurassic World 1 and Fallen Kingdom.
Yeah,
And there's also another game I know that's also supposed to take place in the in the Lost World Jurassic Park, but at the same time mostly follows adds events stuff mentioned in the original Michael Crichton novels called Jurassic Park Trespasser. And
yeah,
there's also
I've seen that game.
a prequel novel called for Jurassic World called The Evolution of Claire. And there's
Yeah,
also a Edmontosaurus VR experience game. And there's another one I remember that also takes place after the events of Jurassic World, where the park got abandoned again because of the Dominus Rex incident. I forgot
well,
what
see,
it was called.
there were two
Huh?
different parts. There were two different parks. There was Isla Sorna. Well, Isla Nublar was the first, and then it was Isla Sorna. So
Yeah,
which
where
part?
yeah, Isla Sorna is where the Spinosaurus resides,
Right.
and made by IGN.
And now in the current movies, the dinosaurs are just all over because they got loose into civilization.
Yep. And since I mentioned there was also stuff tying into the movie stuff, I seen a short film called Battle of Rock Edge, where it's about a family on camping, but then dinosaurs come into the area and they get attacked by an Allosaurus. And there's also a motion comic series as well on YouTube on their YouTube channel.
Hmm.
It's
And
a fascinating little series. There are lots of tie-ins.
yep. And I also remember on a Discord server I'm in, we had a bit of we were talking about Jurassic Park for a little bit, like how I like the fact that Jurassic World 3 was written multiple times, but once they went with the final version, it's still and it came out bad. Like for example, there's a lot of the theories about Jurassic Park 3, like what happened to the people in the boat in the beginning of the film that got killed,
Right.
and how people were speculating that it was the Spinosaurus that did it, or a plesiosaur, or pterodactyls.
Yeah.
And well, the person that was talking about it said about they were going to use the Spinosaurus be the reason, but they didn't want they scrapped it because they didn't want to show it early. And basically, she jokingly said the only reason that they got killed was bad writing.
Mm.
And there was also a theory that there were two Spinosaurs on Isla Sorna where when we see the Spino for the first time, that eats the guy ends up wrecking getting the plane wrecked when they hit its spine. Well, that was serialized as a second Spinosaurus, which is the Spinosaurus we see attacking the group's mate, and basically it got killed because got the turbines cut the sail on its back and caused it to bleed to death, and made the male Spinosaurus enraged and try to kill and eat our cast for accidentally killing his lover.
Interesting.
Yeah,
so they have some sort of limited intelligence. Cool.
Yeah, and I even seen one guy talking about it too, called the Shadow 1-1, talking about it, and he said that Stan Winston also always makes his creations characters as well. And when I was talking about that same thing about that person on the server I was on, and she knew about it, and but she said that, well, then again, it really still doesn't make sense because of all the plot holes in it as well.
Well, none of the movies really go with what the books originally were anyway, because if they did, Ian Malcolm's dead.
Oh yeah, I know. And
because there was just Jurassic Park and Jurassic World were the books.
Yep.
So, but all of these there's 7 or 8 movies now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think 6.
2 Jurassic Worlds, and now Dominion. So I think there's 6.
Yep. Yeah, and she also I know that same person I just mentioned a little bit told me that Michael Crichton was a huge had a huge fear of science. He was afraid of a lot of stuff in the science realm, like cloning or machines, all that.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
He was never really scientifically accurate with anything that he wrote. Have you ever read Timeline?
No, I haven't.
That book was horribly inaccurate. Even if time travel were possible, that book was still horribly inaccurate. Doesn't go along with the theory of time travel at all. Yeah,
and she also mentioned that the Jurassic Park films are one of those rare occurrences where the movies are better than the movies, at least story-wise.
The only book that he followed a lot of the science on was the Andromeda Strain.
Really?
Yep.
Dang.
And that's because he wasn't afraid of viruses for some fucked up reason.
Yeah. Weird.
Now that's one that they need to reboot, because there was an old Andromeda Strain movie back in the day. I think it was back in the 80s, but they need to update that movie.
Let me guess, because it was also something inaccurate a little bit too, sort of. Or
well, no, the movie was fine. It was just it's old by comparison to today, and it needs a reboot.
Oh, alrighty. And I also remember that same person also telling me that the one good thing that the Jurassic Park books did was basically be a little detail on the characters' deaths. Like, you remember the scene where
it was nasty.
Yeah. And you remember the scene where the tubby guy got killed by the Dilophosaurus when he encountered it?
Well, what's his name? What's his name? Oh,
Dennis Nedry.
Yeah, and in the book he got disemboweled because it was dark and couldn't see. And it was holding his gut and was going, "Oh, why does this feel so warm?" And then passed. And then
I don't really think I want to watch that.
Well, they wouldn't have put that into a movie, especially not a PG-13 movie. But in the book, it describes how he died, and he died with his guts hanging out.
Yeah,
because when he got back into the Jeep and it spit in his face, after it spit in his face and he got back in the Jeep, it cut him, and he fell out of the Jeep again and died.
Yeah, and of course in the movie he does get the venomous spin in his face, but the Dilophosaurus sneak into his Jeep and just eat him alive in the Jeep while
Which is
he's
funny
inside.
because true Dilophosaurs, though they had the frill, were not poisonous.
Oh yeah, and they were also big as well, not small.
Yeah, they were 8-9 foot tall, I think.
So
They
the
weren't
improvised.
they weren't massive, but they weren't small either. They weren't raptor sized, and those things were raptor sized in the movie.
Yeah.
But hell, even the raptors aren't quite as small as they were in Jurassic Park. There's a type of raptor that's that size, but the raptor they were describing, which they were making out in the movie like those were Utah raptors. Utah raptors are actually 9 to 12 foot tall. They're big.
Oh yeah.
I didn't say definitely that they did. I didn't remember Cosmic. I know they had the nose crests, but I wasn't sure if they had the frill.
Yeah. And not to mention, I also remember learning one difference from the book and movie is the fact that John Hamilton was, well, YouTube, pardon my language, but John Hamilton in the book was an asshole.
Hammond.
Yeah.
John Hammond.
Yeah.
Yes, he was a jerk. He was a jerk that was just trying to make money. He wasn't as nice grandfatherly character like in the movie.
Yeah.
But his brother was worse in the second book.
Really? He has a brother book?
Yep, in the second book, I believe there was a brother. Because John Hammond died in the first book, or between the first book and the second book. Of course, I'm having to remember about 15 years ago when I last read them, but I believe I'm right on that. I'd have to look it up, but it was either a brother or a son in the second book. It might have been his son.
Yeah.
Either way, they were assholes.
Yeah. And of course, just like what I also know in the book, he also gets killed and eaten by dinosaurs.
Yeah. Lots of people in those books got killed and eaten by dinosaurs.
Yep.
Hell, like I said, even Ian Malcolm died in the books.
Oh dang. But yeah. But I do like the fact that
I want to address something that Cosmic says in the chat. Yes, okay. Utah Raptors were huge. They were like 12 foot tall. It's the what's the raptor that's the tiny one, the 6 foot tall one though. It's Velociraptor, I believe. Yeah, because Utah Raptor was huge.
Yeah, and not to mention, is that funny enough that we see a Velociraptor skeleton in Montana or Utah in the first half of the movie, but of course Velociraptors are actually from Mongolia.
Yeah, Utah Raptors were from America.
Yeah, I mean, heck, if they wanted to make if Michael Crichton and the creators just want to make them Utah Raptors, then they could have went with that instead of just calling them Velociraptors. But then again, I'm not trying to ask for scientific accuracy here. But then again, I mean, they made T-Rex popular with the movie, and back then T-Rex wasn't as popular as it became now. But thanks to Jurassic Park, it became popular. Yeah, and of course, Fade went off.
Oh, he'll come back.
All right, but yeah, and okay, and just in case before he comes back, just still to mention this is that the one explanation that Jurassic Park really did follow with why the dinosaurs don't look like their real life counterparts is the fact that since not only essentially they were clones, but of course a lot of modern day animal DNA was used to fill in the gaps. Since that blood that ancient mosquito sucked didn't really super last long. I mean, it lasted long for millions of years, but there's going to be some stuff that's just going to age up and decay.
Wow, Cosmic, you know your stuff about these raptor creatures.
Yeah, you guys really know your dinosaurs. The only dinosaurs I know are the long neck, the T-Rex, the Triceratops, and the bird thing, Velociraptor, I think.
No, Pterosaurs. And they're not actually dinosaurs. Honestly, they're
Flying reptile.
They're a reptile, but they're not considered a dinosaur for some reason.
Yeah, I'm not. That's the way dinosaurs I know.
Yeah.
In fact, the
Or like
largest of the flying
wait. What's the duck-billed one?
hadrosaurs.
Okay.
Yeah, and Montosaurus and Myosaurus and Parasaurolophus.
And you got
I
the
like
Raptors.
Pachycephalosaurus,
Mm-hmm.
the one that has the bone frill on its head that rams things.
Yeah, the Pachycephalosaurus, and the Stygimoloch and the I forgot what the other one was called, but I think the Draconics. Since
I had
it was
a buddy I grew up with. We went to high school together. After high school, he became a paleontologist.
really
Yep.
Cool.
And he dresses like a modern day Indiana Jones.
dang.
He wears unless it's hot. I mean, he doesn't necessarily wear his bomber jacket when it's hot. But I actually got to go on a dig with him about 20 years ago. We went to Peru.
Wow.
Ooh.
It was fun.
Yeah.
What are you eating, Alistair?
My pizza.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember you telling me that. Is it cheese or just pepperoni
It's
on it?
It's stuffed crust cheese,
Ooh, nice.
and the main part I'm eating it has on is chicken, ranch, and bacon.
I had Italian spicy Italian sausage brats and tater tots for dinner.
Cool.
And
And of course, I had chili
a
and cheese on the tater tots. So.
I had a light dinner today. I just had a sandwich.
Not a sandwich. That's like you normally, Raquel. Come on.
Hey.
Yeah, I just had I had a simple PB&J sandwich. I didn't want anything too
Not
heavy.
even a chicken sandwich?
No.
I'm
I have
shocked and appalled.
sandwiches.
I'm shocked and appalled. With you, it's usually a chicken sandwich.
It's not always chicken. Yeah, I do like chicken, but there's other stuff I like to eat rather than chicken.
Well, I've just learned something new. She eats other things than chicken.
And of course, also mentioning a little dinosaur fact is that chickens are the closely related cousins and descendants of T-Rex, and among other modern day birds, which are also modern day theropod dinosaurs.
Well, Jesus, if you look at the emu, you can tell.
Yep, and the ostrich and the cassowary.
But yeah, the cassowary is the one with the frill or with the crest, right?
I would say the dodo bird is extinct as well.
Oh yeah, one of the few recent modern animals. Well,
all of the large flightless birds are somewhat related to archaeosaurs, which are dinosaurs, and flying sauropods.
Mm-hmm. And not to mention, crocodiles are also a splinter lineage of the archaeosaur lineage. I mean, they're related. Gators are related to dinosaurs, but not fully closely related.
Yeah, Cosmic's like chickens are dinosaurs.
Oh yeah.
Yes. And they will eat each other. And also the scary thing about chickens, my dad, we owned a ranch at one time, and I learned a lot about chickens. And my dad had some 3,000 chickens out there.
That's a lot of chickens.
Well, we got eggs, like we sold eggs and everything to the local stores and stuff, and then we had our own customers that would come and buy eggs. We also sold slaughtered chickens too. Just people would come up to the ranch, pick their chickens. I'd slaughter them for them, and then they'd buy them. But and they paid me a little bit to do the cleaning on the chicken and everything. But anyway, I learned a lot about chickens, and not only will they eat each other, but if you lay in a chicken pen long enough and you're dead, they'll eat you too.
Wow.
They will pack you apart as your body rots. Great.
Lovely.
And you eat those things, by the way. Just saying.
Well, survival of the fittest, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely doesn't
Raquel's
surprise me
like,
either,
"Eh?"
since there are a lot of other species on the planet that
Hey,
cannibalize
rough
each other.
girl.
Raquel's like, and no matter how many people they eat, I'm still going to eat them.
Pretty much.
Well, that's okay. I got asked on another panel a couple of days ago if a zombie apocalypse happened, when you got stuck somewhere where you couldn't get food, would you eat your fellow people? And I said, look, I see you less as friends, more as emergency rations. So yes. Oh, that's all I get is a home. I was joking and you can't even laugh. Come on
Ever
now.
heard the story of the chicken that got his head cut off and it carried on living with no head? Yes, I have heard of that.
It was only half his head. He had a little bit of his brain left, and yes, he lived for like 3 or 4 months.
Crazy.
No, it was more than a year. It was more than a year. And they fed him with an eyedropper. Yes, I've heard of this chicken. He used to do the circuits in the freak show. Hey, rough girl.
Hey. Crazy.
But yes, I know all sorts of things about farm livestock. I know that goats, if they don't want to stay in the pen you put them in, you can't make them. And it doesn't matter how small, like the links on the fence are, they'll find a way out.
Of course.
I used to ask my dad, how do you keep goats in? He said, I go, well, what kind of fence can keep goats in? He says, well, if you can throw a bucket of water through the fence, you're not going to keep a goat in. So, yeah. Goats are horrible. I used to go out at like every morning. I'd have to go out onto the property and find where all the hell our goats went all during the night.
I like how the fall over and pretend to play dead. It's cute.
Are you talking about the goats that faint?
Goats that faint.
Is that what you were talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a type of goat. It's called a fainting goat. That's actually an inbred trait. But if you make any loud noises or whatever, they'll faint, fall out, and act dead.
They're basically possum goats.
Yeah, for the most part. Except for possums don't play dead. Possums are evil creatures.
Oh.
Well, no, and I'll tell you why. These goats are scary because they sound like women screaming. You aren't wrong.
Oh yeah, like that.
My dad and I were in the barn one time, and we had pitchforks, and we were cleaning out the hay, the old hay, and everything. And it was about 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening. And my dad goes to jam his hay fork in there to pull out a little thing of hay, chunk of hay, and he put his pitchfork through a possum, and the possum, instead of just being dead, when my dad pulled, but he was making this screeching noise and trying to chew the tines off of the hay fork. He was quite angry.
Yeah, if I hear a goat scream like that in the middle of the night, I'm gonna be like, "What the fuck is that?"
Oh, they only really make those noises if they're hungry or if they're terrified of something. Most of the time, goats don't make anything more than a noise.
I missed your birthday, Raquel, but saw your video. You're so pretty. Ah, thank you. That's okay.
That noise, they only make that noise when they're agitated. That louder noise, they only make that when they're agitated.
Yeah. And of course, as usual, they always try to ram in your undergroins.
We had a big old goat one time, big old male goat, and he had a pair of them curved horns.
Kind of like a billy goat or a mountain goat.
He was a big billy goat, but his horns looked like a mountain goat's horns. And he would try, like when he was little, he would play this game where he would butt you, but it wouldn't hurt because he was little, growing up. But when he was big, he still tried to play that game with you, and standing up on his hind legs, he was like 6'4". So yeah, it got a little crazy after a certain amount of time.
Hey, Jedi Bill, I'm doing good. How
Not
are you?
Bill. not Bill.
Yeah, no.
What's up, Bill?
Sorry,
Kill
Mr.
Bill.
Karaoke, but I was just so out of it yesterday.
So Cosmic, I want to go back to like dinosaurs. Some dinosaurs having feathers. Do you yourself, as a tentacled monstrosity, have feathers? Because I do.
And of course, another funny fact about feathers is that, of course, obviously in the science community, that feathers are basically modified scales that
Oh
evolved
yeah.
evolved to help birds fly.
Well, they
And
evolved to help with flight, but also with like mating displays and stuff too.
oh yeah, and not to mention the bird's mouth evolved into a hard keratin into form rather than the fleshy mouth, reptile mouth we see in prehistoric birds.
Oh, Cosmic only has a goo covering his mottled skin. He wishes he could fly. Well, I have some limited feathers, but they're about my head, like a crest, and I use them for mating purposes.
And I only have fur, but I display my deer-like qualities.
I wish I was a
Well,
cat.
you are a cat.
Wow!
Don't I always call you kitten?
Yes,
are a
you
cat.
have.
And you what? How did you say hello to me today? Huh? You sent me a kitty looking around a corner.
I can't help it. I love cats. They're so cute and lovable.
The kitten was so cute. It
Oh,
was
that
looking around.
reminds me. Adam posted some puppy pics on the Discord. They're so tiny. They're so cute. Oh,
Really?
Oh, Adam posted puppy pics. How wonderful! I mean, I'm not upset about the puppies, but you know.
let me get the puppy pic. He posted on Discord.
What are you and Nina watching, Jedi Bill?
They're
Arabic
watching
Thunder? How you doing?
Betty June. I'm not really familiar.
Oh,
with
I know
that.
what that is. That's a Benny and June. It's a believe this Johnny Depp movie.
A Johnny Depp movie? Okay.
Yeah.
Never heard it before.
And I also recently just now, also a second ago, Batman trailer, new Batman movie trailer. Oh, I was about to say, well, I also a second ago, I also ended up checking out the new Batman movie trailer, the trailer for the new Batman movie. March.
Was it the funeral clip or was it some other trailer?
No, it was showcasing the first part, showcasing people arresting a guy with glasses, and then when the camera pans to the cup of tea, showing the question mark, hinting that was the Riddler, and where we're seeing Bruce Wayne in a party, I believe, and Catwoman was in it, and we also see Penguin in it, chatting to Bruce, and car chases.
If you want a good clip from that movie just to tide you over till it comes out in a couple of weeks,
okay,
look up the funeral clip. Just say the Batman funeral clip.
Alrighty.
It really gives you an idea of how mentally messed up Bruce Wayne is.
And I also remember they released Lego sets of the movie early, despite the movie not coming out as usual.
They've also released larger action figures for it too. They've released some 3.5 inch, and they've released some like 6 or 7 inch figures.
Yeah, and
because Enosh over at Poindexter Lounge was showing us some last night.
And I also
this is new.
I also still find it weird that they're releasing toys before the movie even came out in recent times.
Well, they've done that since way back in the day, dude. Like they've been doing that since the 80s. So.
Oh yeah, I kind of remember that with the old Ninja Turtles cartoon. The toys were released, but the cartoon hasn't come out yet.
Speaking of cartoons, I got some interesting news, and this is just from the world of entertainment. Blah. You know how the old '90s X-Men, the animated series cartoon?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we found out a few months ago that they're rebooting that cartoon. They're going to call it X-Men '97, which is the year that it ended back in the '90s.
Right.
And it's not going to be a reboot. The story is actually taking up where the last season of that show left off.
So basically, a sequel
More like,
series.
what's her face took Professor X with her.
Yeah, when Lilandra took Professor X with her to the Shi'ar Empire, that's where it's going to take. That's where it's going to start from, right there.
I'm a little confused about that. Like if I can remember correctly, I don't. It implies that Landra took Xavier with her, but we don't know if he was physically taken with her.
No, she took him. That comes directly from the comics. What had happened was Xavier had gotten injured and was dying, and she had to take him to Shi'ar so he would be able to be healed.
Well,
because they had the technology to take him to heal him.
Well, since I was just a kid, I just assumed that she took him with him in spirit instead of the body.
No, she took his whole body.
Oh, okay.
Now, he came to his students when he was saying bye. He came to them in spirit because that's all he could do at the time. He couldn't physically speak to them because he was unconscious.
Mm-hmm.
So he used his astral form to say goodbye to his students, but that's all that was. That wasn't like him dead or anything. She took him bodily to the Shi'ar Empire, so because they had the technology to heal him.
Mm-hmm.
Besides that, Lilandra's in love with him. Remember?
Yeah, I remember.
You know, they actually in the comics they have a daughter.
No, I did not know that.
Me neither.
He has a daughter with Lilandra. And she's of course half Shi'ar and half mutant human.
Half superhuman, half non-superhuman.
Well, the alien is another. The Shi'ar are mutants. Lilandra is a mutant member of her race, so they're both of her parents are technically superhuman.
Oh yeah, so basically, mutants from different species.
Yeah, because when you come to find out in Marvel Comics, the Celestials put mutants in every race. The
same Celestials that made the Eternals to see the overview planets and for their gain.
Well, but according when the Celestials seeded the planets, every race, every alien race out there got Eternals, Deviants, and mutants, and the Skrulls had them, but all the Skrull Eternals have died out. They're gone. They've been gone for thousands of years. The Kree Eternals, the Kree that are left, the blue skin guys, the Kree that are left are the mutant, well, the regular line Kree and the ones with an X gene, because some Kree are born mutants. And just some of the other races in the universe, they have Eternals, they have Deviants, and they have mutant. They have regulars of their species with an X gene possibility. Charles Xavier.
Well, this is new. StreamYard's put extra camera in the menu.
Really?
Interesting. What does the extra camera do?
All right, let's see if this works.
Yeah.
There's the puppy.
Ah.
Oh, looks so adorable.
That's such a tiny creature on a weight.
I can't really tell what the scale says, but look at that gorgeous little puppy. Oh, so adorable. Can I have it?
I thought you were a kitty person.
I'm a dog person too. I used to have dogs.
Okay. You can't have all of them though.
Aww, such cute.
Oh, like I'm gonna tell you no.
Oh, it looks like it's gonna be a wired hair puppy.
Probably.
Mm-hmm. Oh, what a cutie. Look at the little brown
Where
nose.
are your family members, you freak? There we go.
I like
Okay.
I like the little cute brown nose.
His daughter with Lalandra is Zandra Garamani. Because he has several children, and depending on the timelines, which reality of Marvel you come from. But in the core reality, in 616, he has his son David, who became the Mutant Legion, and then he has his daughter with Zandra, and then he has a son named Charles Xavier II with Mystique.
Mystique.
Yes, Mystique.
Oh, really?
Dude, Mystique. Look,
Kurt
Mystique.
Wagner's mom.
Yeah, look, Mystique was a hoe. Okay. Look, she had a child with Sabretooth that was Great and Creed. Great and Creed was a regular human. He wasn't mutant. She abandoned him. She had Nightcrawler with Azazel. She had Charles Xavier Jr. here with Xavier. But people don't realize that she's immortal, sort of like Wolverine. She hasn't aged in like 200 years.
Did she have like a romance with Wolverine though?
Yes. Back in the 1800s, back in like Wild West days, they had a romance.
Until he forgot.
Well, she betrayed him, and then of course all the shit that happened to him with the, with all the. I remember the Starjammers Cosmic. The captain of the Starjammers was Cyclops' father.
Yeah, I remember.
And his lover was a cat-like chick, and her name was what was her name? Damn it, I'm gonna have to look her up.
Starjammers.
No, the Starjammers. It was because you had the pirate guy, with the cybernetic pirate guy with the top knot. You had the big old green lizard man guy named Chad. You had the cat chick that I can't remember her name. You had Captain Summers, also known as Corsair. And then you had a little like android bug looking thing that went with him. He was their doctor.
So you mentioned that the Celestials also made mutants. Do you think that's going to be something that's going to play in with the MCU version of X-Men?
One of two things is going to have to happen, okay, to explain mutants in the MCU, because up until now they've never mentioned them because they couldn't, because Fox owned them. So one of two things is going to happen. Either several strong telepaths got together way back in the past and blocked out the memory of the mutants for some reason during history. Hatsuba, thank you.
Yeah, I don't know how to pronounce it.
Hatsuba was her name. That's right. Thank you for finding that. I appreciate it. But anyway, either they're going to have to say like something like a group of strong telepaths got together and made humanity forget about the mutants, or they're going to have to do like they did in the Ultimates universe and say that it was part of the super soldier serum.
Oh, wow.
In the Ultimates universe.
Lethal. Hello, how are you doing,
What's
sir?
up, Lethal? Hey, having a bit of an X-Men conversation.
Oh, yeah, we are.
And
you're all awesome people. Sorry I can't join you tonight. Oh, that's okay, Bill. You're always welcome to come by next time.
It's OBKB, Bill. We love you, and I'll see you on your show sometime soon. So
yeah.
By
the way, sorry.
Anyway, yeah, but like I said before, Mystique's a hoe.
Okay.
Yeah, where we were talking about the Starjammers. It was Chad, Hepzibah, Corsair. Raja, I believe, was the cybernetic pirate guy I was talking about, and he had swords. I think I'm missing somebody. Ow, 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 dog, that hurt.
Ooh, bad
Your
dog.
dog biting you?
My dog just climbed me like a tree, and he's got claws.
Oh, see,
This creature's almost arboreal, if you know what that means.
yeah, means he's almost a tree climber.
Yeah, and he's so
And-
tiny though. He's so tiny, but he could probably make it up a tree. Because I know he can climb my 6'1" ass.
he's literally like a goat, where they literally climb everything.
Well, it's more like claws. He like sinks his claws in and like mountain climbs you.
Oh yeah,
He's very cat-like,
We have
and
a
he's a
question.
chihuahua, which is just weird.
Who was that Starjammer with the purple skin and mohawk hair and Superman cape?
Okay, technically, he was not. No, he was not a Starjammer. He worked with them, but he was the head of the Imperial Guard for the Shi'ar Empire. His name was Gladiator.
Yes, Gladiator. Threw Juggernaut like he was nothing.
Well, it's because Gladiator is like Superman style strong, and has basically a lot of the same powers. I don't think he has the I-beam thing, but I know he's super strength, super fast. He can fly at hyper speed. In space, he doesn't. He can breathe in space, which is very rare.
Which is a plus, yeah. Raquel, are you looking forward to the new Dragon Ball Super movie? Yes, I am. I haven't seen the trailer of it yet, but I'm pretty excited about it.
another Dragon Ball Super movie.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Dragon Ball.
So the Broly movie we got 2 years ago, or 3 years ago, actually.
I think it's been maybe 2 years. I think.
Hey,
I like
Supersonic, how you
believe
doing,
believe it or not. Hey, Supersonic Warrior. Believe it or not, I actually did meet Vic Vignania in person.
Really?
Yes, at a CamiaCon a few years back, and I did get him to sign the Dragon Ball Super Broly poster.
Dang. And since we're talking about X-Men, you know what a fun fact that I found out a few years ago?
What's that?
Well, it's the fact that that Rogue's voice actor voiced a character in an anime called Outlaw Star.
Yep, that is true. Oh, and by the way, most of the voice actors from the 90s are coming back for that new X-Men continuance show.
But what about the actress for the Jubilee character?
She isn't gonna come back and do Jubilee again because she thinks that it should go to an Asian actress.
That's just I don't know what to say.
Freaking
about
retarded
that.
Because Jubilee was always more Americanized than Chinese. It was her parent. Well, I mean, she was Chinese, but hey, Raquel, you mind letting Supersonic up here?
Yeah, the link's pinned in the live chat.
Okay, the link's in the chat, Supersonic.
Yeah, it like just clicked on the link that is pinned on the live chat. What you heard the voice actor of the Wolverine passed away recently?
Yes, he did.
Aww, I was excited to hear him again.
Oh dear God. That's just retarded. Saying that a voice actor can't act other races, that's just fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally examples of.
Good luck.
Yeah, I mean, Samurai Jack's voice actor was black, and he did a good job at playing a Japanese character. And just in my opinion, personally, if you're gonna portray a character, just portray the character. It's just not defined by race. It's defined by how good they are.
I'm of two minds on that. If it's live action, then we probably should get a member of that race to play a racial character. Okay, an ethnic character.
Yeah.
But if it's just voice acting, come on, they dub animes all the time.
Yeah, and not to mention in English dubs of anime, most people who voice in anime are part of different ethnic backgrounds. I mean, both
Oh,
not
hey,
just
Raquel,
black
I wanted
people.
to tell you, I'm thinking about actually joining one of these voice studios
Oh, really?
to do voiceovers for animation.
Ooh.
I'm looking
Really?
into it. Well, I mean, a lot of people are like, they like when I do voices and stuff, and I was told the other day that I should probably do that. So I'm gonna give it a I'm gonna give it a try.
Hmm.
What? I want to answer Lethal Prince Lethal's comment. I'm always keen to see more Gohan, but I'm iffy on the animation. If you were saying that the animation looks a little bit too shiny, yeah, I could definitely agree with you there. Uh,
Um,
but with Gohan, you know, my thing with Gohan, he was always the what's the talented kid and who had like super secret strength. And then after the Cells Sega and the no, I should say the Super Boost Sega, it just he just lost that extra strength and just and it just slowly became like a nerd.
Hmm.
He wasn't actually that powerful anymore. What happened to
uh,
the badass kid that we saw grow up in DBZ? Like bring that Gohan back.
Yeah.
have you guys
Instead of just making them.
have you guys that like Dragon Ball Z ever actually just watched just Dragon Ball?
Well, I started out with
Well,
Dragon Ball Z, but I did discover the original Dragon Ball later down the line, and I had a buddy from school that grew up with both because
Yeah.
his family he had some family members that had a DVD collection of complete Dragon Ball DVD collection of both the original Dragon Ball and the sequel show Z.
Yeah. Dragon Ball is based. Anyway, I wanted to go back
Paris,
to what I was talking about because I was actually going to give some information on this X-Men cartoon.
go ahead.
It starts in mid 2023, which is next year, and it's going to be. They've ordered 10 episodes for the first season.
Hmm.
Supposed to take up where the fifth season left off at. Let's see. They have some of the voice actors. I mean, like I said, most of the voice actors are coming back. Of course, they have to get a new one for Wolverine because unfortunately the previous voice actor died.
Hmm.
Looks like somebody else is voicing Rogue,
Aw.
Oh,
and
not
McCoy is
not
no
the
longer
same
there.
not the same one that was voicing her before, and also the same one that
Well,
voiced like that.
let me look into that. Hold on, just a minute.
Alrighty.
I might be wrong on that.
Okay. Well,
Of course,
stay
they've got
tuned.
Jubilee as to be announced because, like I said, the previous lady. Yeah,
Um,
well, okay. Now, Allison Court, the chick who played Jubilee, will be still a part of this new show, but
okay.
she will not be voicing Jubilee. So
Oh.
she's still there. She's just not voicing Jubilee.
Oh, dang. So, what's her new role then?
Let me see if they show it. It just says her character is to be announced.
Oh,
Hey,
so she's
Supersonic.
kind of like
Hey
a
guys.
The only ones they've got named right now is they've got Cal Dodd playing Wolverine, Lenore Zahn playing Rogue, George Busta playing Beast, Catherine Disher is Jean Grey, Chris Potter is Remy LeBeau, Allison Seeley Smith is Storm, Adrian Hughes is Kurt Wagner, Nightcrawler, Christopher Britton as Nathaniel Essex / Mr. Sinister, and that's all they've got announced right now. I mean, they've got a bunch of names announced, but it doesn't tell you what characters they're going to be voicing. This is the first time that any of the surviving cast members from the original X-Men series will be reprising their roles since Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in 2000.
Wow.
dang.
Um,
Now Now I'm hearing that we might see Hugh Jackman again as Wolverine in Doctor Strange 2. Is he going to wear the comic accurate Wolverine suit?
We don't know. And as for him actually being in Doctor Strange 2, that is still rumor and taken with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
Because they take and why I say that is that movie was actually supposed to come out next month, and then they pushed it back 2 months to May to do reshoots. Now, the last group I talked to on another panel the other day said that it's going to reshoot, so it's going to be bad, it's going to suck, blah 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 blah. But I've heard that the reshoots are a positive thing, based on Spider-Man: No Way Home.
Yeah.
And the storyline that movie brought. So I'm going to hold out hope that they're for a good reason. But most people, if they hear something they don't like, it's got to automatically be negative. Of course, I got called a Disney simp the other day too. So
for what?
Just ignore that, Thade.
Why do they call you a Disney simp?
Because I defend the Marvel movies. I don't because I don't automatically hate everything Disney puts out.
I don't either. So
yeah,
I'm not afraid to voice that point. I'm not afraid to voice that point in a chat that's yelling at me for being a Marvel simp. So,
at least you're not a negative Nancy about everything like some people.
Oh, and that's the thing, and that's what I've said. Like the last 4 times I've been on panels, the reason we're fans of something is because we like a thing. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. So why are you still watching something you hate? If you don't like it, don't consume it. It's not for you.
Yeah, but these people love to hate watch.
Yeah.
Well, but that started, and you want to know where that shit started? Back when they screwed up the sequel movies for Star Wars. Because then everybody wanted to pick apart everything that
Hello.
Potato.
Hello. Hello,
everyone.
Raven.
Potato. It's my brother Potato. How you doing?
Potatoes for Russia.
So
what?
I'm feeling a little bit sick.
Feel better soon.
I will. I used too much cleaning chemicals on my gaming desk.
Oh well, don't do that.
I know now.
Are you trying to fry your brain, lad?
Wait, I have a brain?
You have a brain?
I've got brain cells. It's just I know that it's lonely.
Okay, let me address something Cosmic's saying here. Not everything Disney puts out is preachy, Cosmic.
No.
In fact, I can tell you just straight up, Spider-Man: No Way Home wasn't woke at all.
And I'm happy about that.
No. He's not. He's just saying he's not preachy about it. That's all he's saying.
Well, and I know that, and I appreciate that he's not preachy about it. It's just he can even tell you I was getting attacked because he was on that panel.
I gotta say, I don't like Captain America, mainly because Brie Larson's a bitch.
No, that's Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel.
Sorry, yeah. Captain Marvel. It's also 5 a.m, and I just woke up.
Yeah, of course.
So blame Raquel. So yeah, I don't like Captain.
You Potato.
I don't like Captain Marvel because Brie Larson's a fucking bitch.
And that's fine. You don't have to like it if you don't like the actor. I'm not saying you have to like everything. In fact,
I tried to watch Black Panther after all the stuff that was behind it, and honestly, I just don't like it as a movie.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
But see, this is the point I'm making. Too many people want to yell and shout and scream about something that isn't even out yet. Okay? And I want to complain about it. And it's not even out yet. At least let the shit come out and then jump its ass if you don't like it. I'm cool with that. If you're just expressing an opinion, but don't try to get other people to hate something that you hate.
So on my channel, I used to be part of another channel, okay? And that's now dead and defunct and blah blah blah. So we used to watch Star Trek Discovery weekly and do reviews on it for the channel. And we all hated Discovery because it's a piece of trash. Now, one of the panel... Sorry?
I said I won't disagree with you.
Yeah, but the thing is, one of the panel... Now, if we were all watching and say, that we were like, hey, Rick, we're going to be doing Discovery on your channel, just saying, right? You're the host. Would you watch Discovery? Even if you hated it with every fiber in your being.
Hey, Bone.
If I were expected by my audience to review it, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
The
I have been expected by my audience to view things that I didn't particularly like, and I made my opinion known. But even when I was negative about something, I wasn't negative towards the fans about it. Okay, it's like,
Yes.
okay, the other night, and what's really funny and really hypocritical to me is I'm sitting here getting trashed for stuff I like and telling me I'm wrong and everything else. And then I just happen to mention I don't like New Trek. And dude, they lost their fucking minds in the chat. What do you mean you don't like New Trek? Why don't you like New Trek? Because I don't.
Okay, so
I decided. No, let me finish. I decided that New Trek wasn't for me. So what I did was I put it on the shelf, and I walked away from it. And maybe one day I'll go back and I'll take that particular toy off the shelf again and play with it. But for now, I'm just not interested. It's going to sit on the shelf and wait. And then somebody brought up Strange New Worlds, which is about to come out. And I said, I think I might give that one a chance because it looks interesting.
Yeah, same with my panel. But we're not doing it for the channel. We're just doing it like amongst ourselves. We're going to be like, oh, we'll give it a shot. We'll see how it is. But whenever my panel members, who's there on and off and everything, but I'm not saying his name, screeched down the headphones at me. Now, I've got tinnitus, right? Or as you in America call it, tinnitus.
Right.
And it's very slight, but the thing is, he screeched into his his vocal mic, a very expensive microphone, that this New Trek and Discovery isn't effing canon. Anyone who watches it is a little C word. And we're there and we're like, yeah, all your friends are watching this for your channel, but sure. Okay, and then he'd be there on the panel and everything like that, going, this isn't canon, oh my god, this is awful. And we've all...
People.
Yeah, but the thing is, we've all...
To tell you the truth, Paramount considers it canon.
I know, but we're just saying like what he's saying. And we're all there like, yes, but you have no context of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And that's the... But my problem is here lately, okay, Disney makes a couple of bad Star Wars movies, and it makes a few bad decisions when it comes to other movies. Okay, I'm not saying that Disney's perfect. Okay, they're not.
Mm-hmm.
And they do push agendas. And here I'm saying it, everybody. Disney does push agendas, but the difference is
shocked.
The difference is over at Marvel, Kevin Feige runs a pretty tight ship and doesn't always let those agendas mess with a movie. Okay. Now, are there a few flops in Marvel? Yes, I can name 4 right now. Thor: The Dark World was trash. Eternals was horrible. And I wanted to love that movie.
Eternals was a boring ass movie.
And I'll tell you why. They put the wrong director on that movie. They put a relatively new director onto an ensemble cast. She should have been left to a single superhero movie like an Iron Man or a Captain Marvel or whatever, where she's only dealing with one character and one character's history to deal with. She was put on, and now, visually speaking, that movie is beautiful. Cinematically, that movie is fucking amazing. Okay, especially getting towards the last third of the movie. But
get into a bit of Eldridge vibes with I forgot his name, but he's Celestio, you know?
Yeah, quite like me, you know?
Yep.
And that's the thing, Cosmic. I'm just trying to tell you, Marvel doesn't try to brainwash you with BS except for certain movies. Like if you want to avoid BS with politics, avoid Captain Marvel. Avoid anything Brie Larson puts her tongue on.
Oh god.
If you want to avoid identity politics, stay away from Eternals. Eternals had a lot of identity politics in it.
Hell, stay away from Batwoman.
Okay, Bone, let me explain something to you. Gina, I love Gina. Don't get me wrong. Okay. And I personally do not see where she did something wrong. However, she was working for a company that did not like the way she was talking. She brought it on herself.
Mm-hmm.
They told her to
Right.
stop, and she would not stop, and she faced the consequences.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, like-
Now, I do not agree with those consequences by far. I love Gina Carano. I don't think she should have been fired. In fact, I think that if she was going to be fired, they should fire Pedro Pascal. But,
Yes.
but that is Star Wars. I am talking about Marvel.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of whether they have Disney as an umbrella corporation, Marvel is run by much more solid people. Okay? Marvel is run by much more solid people than Lucas will ever be until they get rid of fucking Kathleen Kennedy. Now, here's the deal with Marvel. One of our baddies, not Marvel, Star Wars, one of our baddies in Star Wars is already gone. The lore master Pablo Hidalgo would like to fucking
Wait,
talk
is this
shit to
official?
fans. Apparently, he's not listening in his bios
He's
anymore.
not. He's not listening in his bios. But the thing is, like, the problem is, it's just his bios. But
Well, no, he said something the other day about he's just freelance now. He's not official.
Oh, thank Christ.
Hmm.
Yeah, I've got a Darksaber on my desk, and I've got a Mandalorian helmet right here. So you might consider me a Star Wars fan. You know.
Yeah.
No, it isn't because your avatar is a potato, Revan. Oh, you're
I
not
know,
a Star Wars
right?
fan at all. Not at
Okay,
all.
but I have a bit of fun and MCU trivia that not everybody knows.
Okay.
Did you know that they had to get a body double for Brie Larson? Tad will know this. I know you will, right? But did you know that they had to get a body double for Brie Larson because she hasn't got an ass?
Yeah.
Hmm.
She
To
couldn't
be
fill out
frank,
the space.
I have not watched the Captain Marvel
No,
movie.
Don't
even
bother.
in Infinity War, the end game where she appears, she's got a butt double.
Hey, Raquel, about the only part of Captain Marvel you might like is Goose. She's an alien cat called a
I love
ferret.
the kitty cat. I love the kitty cat.
She's called a
Hmm.
ferret, but then she opens her mouth and has tentacles.
Ooh.
Hentai cat.
An eldritch horror.
All right, good night, Cosmic. Thanks for coming by.
Night, Cosmic. We love you. Slither back into the gate.
Yeah.
If you're
Well,
You know,
typical-
only one or two of us Eldritch Horrors can be up at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because we kind of used up the Eldritch Horror power in the room. So I'm here now, so he had to go to bed.
Yeah. By the way, you mind if I mention some stuff too?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, of course, the one thing to mention is that, well, I mean, to be honest, the one that Brie Larson's in is the only thing I'm gonna watch. Is mainly God Kong Skull Island because, well, I mean, because that was before people on the internet knew who she was until before Captain Marvel, and B, well, Kong Skull Island was focusing more on entertainment rather than, like you guys said, an agenda, since it's about a big monkey, find big lizards.
You know when
So-
when Godzilla versus Kong came out, you know what I called that movie?
What?
I called it the Atomic Lizard versus the Giant Monkey. What was the Atomic Lizard versus the giant banana ape or something like that. But
In
Is
the
that
Netherlands-
monkey?
I said it on a panel and people laughed.
In the Netherlands, they have to change Kong's name from Kong because in the Netherlands, the word for king is Kong. So in the Netherlands, where they call it Kong, the Netherlands, it would literally be called Kong Kong.
Oh my god!
Oh my
That's just
god.
hilarious. That's just hilarious.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And
Um,
oh, sorry.
and did you know that there is a scene from Wonder Woman that is edited in Ireland from the new Wonder Woman movie?
84.
Uh-huh.
Okay, what scene is it?
Where the guy's in a shop in England, and she tells all the Irish to go home, which is a thing that's been said to the Irish for years, and the Irish government doesn't like things like that. So in Irish cinemas, that was actually removed.
You know, people these days don't realize what the Irish went through when they first came to America.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And people just look at the usual suspects when it comes to people that have been treated wrong in America. But yeah, just to put this out there, the Irish got treated just as bad as those other people did.
My ancestor had to do his father's accent when he arrived at America. He had a lot of money in his hand because he was married to nobility, right? And she died on the way there and everything. But he said that he was Prussian, who lived within the British Empire, right? He spoke the language fluently and everything like that. And but he did his dad's accent just so they wouldn't confiscate the money off him.
Well, you know, my dad came over here in the 30s from England, and he wasn't like, he didn't have a whole bunch of money when him and his parents came here, so they got treated really shitty too.
Well, yeah. Well, like let's be honest. In the 1930s, everyone got treated shittily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also to mention
if you weren't what they called a nativist, if you weren't born here, you got treated like shite.
Mm-hmm.
Ouch. And
my mother got treated really bad when she came here.
And to also mention a fun fact that I found out a few weeks ago is that the Irish was the backbone for the Union winning the Civil War.
Yes. There is
Irish and Italians actually made up quite a bit of the Northern Army during the Civil War.
There is a general. There's a general. General Thomas Francis Marr, and he was from my city. He was actually friends with my ancestor. He's also the guy who created the tricolour, the Irish flag. But he had to run from from Ireland because he was
Pop Culture, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Pop Culture.
Hey, Pop Culture.
Because he was part of the rebels.
Hold on, Robin. Why don't you jump up here with us for a minute, Pop Culture?
Yeah, the link is pinned in the live chat.
So he wrote Lincoln. Now you know he is where the basically the meme in movies came from, right? He wrote Lincoln one letter every day to get funding for his Irish Brigade group. Okay,
I remember that guy. Yeah, you told us about him the other day.
Yeah. And then after he got it, he wrote two letters, which is where the meme comes from in pop culture, where people write a letter, then write two letters. That's where it comes from. But he also died mysteriously when he was going down the river after the Civil War, and kind of went for a swim.
Yeah, a lot of people died mysteriously during them times.
Also, funnily enough, the Irish government for over a century recorded that he had no children around like that because his wife and kid died over here, right?
Dang.
Yeah.
And then someone was like, no, my family's like well documented to be descended from him. Here's family photos with him and his wife as a kid. They're like, well, what do you know? He actually had a kid.
Yeah.
I love that, huh?
And another fun fact about the fun Irish fact is that I found out that Gulliver's Travels was an allegory of Britain's oppression on Ireland at the time.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, they actually removed the language from my country.
Really?
They removed more than the language from your country.
Well, yeah, but this is kind of one of the few things I can say about it that it's actually user friendly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Irish actually have a language called Gaelic.
I know that. Along with Scotland, they also have Gaelic as well.
Scotland is actually a dialect of Irish.
Yeah.
And Scotland
Yeah,
is actually the descendant of an Irish kingdom called the Undularia, which is actually now most of Northern Ireland and down into Middle of Ireland and Western Scotland.
Yep.
yeah, and not to
And the
mention
other part of Scotland is a lot of Viking blood.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and not to mention Gaelic is also a language that's closely related to ancient Celtic.
It is a literal ancient Celtic language. It's descended from Indo-European.
Oh yeah, I know.
It's one of the last 6 languages left.
Yeah, and another weird fact, weird theory I've been finding out a little bit is that both Celtic languages and Romance languages are part of the same family and used to be a big language family in the Indo-European language family called Italo-Celtic.
And I'll tell you why.
Why?
Because there used to be a people called the Gauls.
Mm-hmm.
They were spread out over most of Europe. And when the Romans when the Romans conquered most of Europe except for Germania,
Mm-hmm.
They incorporated the Gauls into a lot of what they were doing. And because you had Gauls spread from Italy through France through Spain up into the Netherlands area.
Yeah. At Pompeii, there was even a Celtic king there on vacation.
Yep. And the Romans,
guys...
instead of completely subjugating the Gauls, a lot of Gauls became Roman citizens. And they learned to speak Phoenician, which was a Roman language, and they learned a lot of Latin, which was the Vulgate, which was the priesthood language.
Except for the Gauls and the Gaels who came to Ireland, when the Romans tried to come here, the Irish hunted them for sport.
Dang.
Yes. Well, the Romans made a mistake when they went to Britain, because a lot of the Gaels that went to Britain bred with the Picts, which were the ancient people of Britain, and the Picts were insane.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
They would hunt humans for sport. There was a group up in northern Scotland. They were called the Steel People. Those people were increasingly hostile to people outside of their villages.
Yeah.
They would eat you. They would eat you.
Yeah. And I also heard that and I also heard it was also the inspiration of the shaman from For Honor, which is a Viking war unit.
Well, the Vikings actually had their own shamans. But here's the thing, Tate. The Irish government are looking into the Irish history of where we came from, because the Irish history was weirdly sexual. And I mean weirdly sexual, especially for cultures of the time contemporarily. It was weirdly sexual.
And a lot of Irish history is also mythological too.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't write that down.
It involved the Tuatha De Danann, which could possibly not be human.
The Tuatha De Danann are gods who came from a land to the east. They were actually part of a race, but they came to the land here and they settled, and they were the gods who became the Fae, and they were classed as the Elno Fae. And the Fae were just spirits and everything like that. So,
well, yeah, but the rumor was that one of the rumors, and I'm not saying it's the only rumor, but one of the rumors of the Tuatha De Danann was they were from Atlantis.
Oh God, I've heard that rumor, and that can.
Well, I mean, it could possibly be true, but I think they're thinking the wrong Atlantis. I think that the Tuatha De Danann came from Doggerland when it was drowned.
Good night, Prince Lethal. Thanks for coming.
See you later, Lethal. Take it easy, brother.
You also have to remember, if you look at the Tuatha De Danann myth, they killed the people, they exterminated the people who were here before them.
Yeah, I know. And that's why I say, because we're finding out more and more about Doggerland, which is the UK's basically Atlantis.
Yeah, that's actually off the southwest coast of Ireland. There's actually another one.
Right. And the story is that the people that were escaping Doggerland came to Ireland, and that they were the Tuatha De Danann, and that the tribes that were there, the primitive tribes that were at Ireland at the time, considered them gods because they were more technologically advanced. And I'm not saying like stupid amounts of technologically advanced, but they were they had agriculture and they had other things that they could do. So of course the primitives would see them as gods.
But you also have to remember, if it was ancestor worship as well, their kids and grandkids and everything like that would have gone from ancestor worship to gods in a few generations.
Right, and that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the stuff they're finding while they're digging at these Doggerland sites, well, as they're diving for these Doggerland sites, is they're finding a whole lot of like more advanced technology for the time back then. They're finding like advanced pottery. They're finding like armor and stuff when we weren't supposed to, when people weren't supposed to be doing metallurgy at the time and all that.
Like the Morgan, they're saying may have been a mentally ill queen. She was 3 personalities in one.
Right.
And also, weirdly enough, all the gods have at least one good aspect and one bad aspect to them.
Right. Well,
Like,
didn't the legend of the Fomori come during that time too?
Yeah, they were the what would you say, cousins to the two of the Donnan?
Right, but they were like evil. They were dark creatures.
It's hard to know because the thing is, the Dogda was actually from the Fomori.
Huh. I just heard that some of the Fomori were giants.
Yes. The Dogda was actually said to be so big that his walking stick dragged behind him and left craters. And they said that he could step over mountains.
Wasn't Balin one of the kings? Wasn't he half Fomor?
I think so. There's
The
a lot of...
The one they called the Baleful Eye, the one that had to have people open his evil eye because he was so big and he couldn't open it on his own or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. He's one of those. Then there's also the guys who made Fiumachul, who made the Giant Causeway. He was Femora.
Yeah, but wasn't he a hero though?
No. He pretended to be a baby.
Oh, okay.
There's another Fiumachul.
Who was the hero? Bran. What's his called? Brian
Burrell?
Hold on. Let me look that up. Curious now.
Hey, Raquel, how's Texas?
Pretty good. No snow. The last time I left Ohio, there's like 2 feet of snow.
Revan, Revan, you can also ask me how Texas is. I'm only about 30 minutes from Raquel.
You're an hour away, I think.
Yeah.
Not the way I drive, darling.
I did not know you were in Texas.
Yeah, I'm in Fort Worth.
Did you move, Raquel?
No, I split my time to Texas and Ohio. So sometimes I'm in Texas, sometimes I'm in Ohio.
Yeah,
cool.
our dear Raquel here is a jet set. She lives in 2 different places.
Yeah, and me and Supersonic are also not from Texas. I'm from Eastern Kentucky, and Supersonic, what state do you live in?
Maryland.
Maryland? Cool.
Yeah.
What part of Maryland do you live in, Supersonic?
I would say on the East Coast.
So you know all about Ocean City and all that, huh?
Yeah, I've never been to Ocean City.
Well, my grandmother on my mother's side used to live in Salisbury.
That's where they make the steak.
Yeah, and not to mention... oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that, well, of course, since snow doesn't really come to Texas really rarely much, but places like Kentucky, well, especially where I live, also gets a lot of snow.
I'm going to Houston in June, and I am terrified of the heat.
Really?
Yeah. Coming here in June is going to be horrible for you, dude.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
the
Plus 100 degrees.
The Texas sun and humidity are just freaking brutal.
Well, it wouldn't be so bad if it was just hot here, but it's the fucking humidity. It's just horrible.
Yeah, man.
It
Like,
makes you feel like when you walk outside during that time of the year. It makes you feel like you're like uber sweating. It's not just regular sweat. It's like you're swimming
Flop
through
sweat.
the air.
that's why I don't go out till after. If I
You
go
literally,
out, if I go out, it's before noon. If I have to go out, it's after 3 o'clock because
the
that's
most
the time.
miserable days in Texas are the days where it's above 100 degrees and it's 100% humidity.
Yeah,
Because
Oh,
you will literally not be able to breathe.
I rather stay
I'm
inside
asthmatic.
than face
I'm
that.
asthmatic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you're going to melt, my friend.
I'm
says
Well, at
he's
least you're
from
not
South
taking
Florida.
vacation
Oh, you
to
poor
Florida
thing.
and Brazil.
South Florida's worse. Ugh.
I am going there from the 20th of June until the 26th.
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing down here?
We've got a few friends in America. We all decided to meet up, but one of our friends has PTSD and he can't fly, so we said, "Screw, we'll go to him."
Oh, cool. That's cool.
Yeah. And not to mention Brazil, over in Brazil, based on someone I've talked to on one of the servers I am before I got banned for whatever reason, is that Brazil gets really hot as well, especially in summer.
Well, yeah, it's below the equator.
Yeah, in the southern hemisphere.
Yes.
The Tuatha De Danann High Kings of Ireland. Do you know your earliest kings in Ireland are considered mythology?
Yes. I worked in the history. I worked in the
Nuada.
history field for 3 years.
Brett, Lou.
I actually helped dig up my own ancestor.
That's cool.
It was kind of weird.
Coolest thing I've ever done that involved my ancestors was my mother's family. We're from Sicily, and we've been, we can trace our family back a couple of thousand years.
Yeah.
Same. I found my royal oats as well.
The property that my family owns in Sicily, in Palermo, was given to our family by one of the emperors of Rome a couple of thousand years ago. And it's been in my family that long. So imagine 2,000 years is a very long time.
Yeah. I haven't gotten around.
We've owned that property continuously for 2,000 years.
My 4 times great grandfather owned land in Boston that's still owned by the family. There right now it's a horse farm, and they said which is really, they didn't understand it. They said, so they're digging up a lot of stuff from when he was there, and they're taking down a lot of stuff as well because they need to do alterations. And they said the place is covered in witchcraft symbols.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
There's pig sacrifice with knives in their mouths. They said they found when he took the wall down on one of the sheds, it's got inscriptions on it. He said there's a big huge rock that when they flipped it over, he's like, Jesus Christ, what the hell now? They've got runes inscribed onto it. And they all know that this is from him because they've got his order books that he ordered this rock to be put in there. So he'll force people to go one way or another when they're coming in. So as to go, okay, so if you want to go this way, you're forced to go this way. Sort of like an old version of a wall, a cheap version of a wall, right? And so my cousin's like, oh, Christ. And he said that he went into the river and he found a black obsidian box in the river, and he's like, you know what? I'm not touching this. He's got enough paranormal stories going on at the moment. He's like, I'm not touching this. You gotta watch out
for them boxes. They may be cursed.
Well, no,
I haven't really gotten around to know my ancient ancestors just yet, but I know one ancestor I know, and he he was part of a war. I don't know which war, but my grandparents just told me he was conscripted into the war, and he died from a cannonball blast to the head, or got his head blown off.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Talk about
Did you know that the earliest human activity in Ireland was dated back 12,500 years ago?
No, it's actually, they found an axe dated back 79,000 years ago recently.
Wow.
Hmm.
Yeah, okay. I had to read down farther. It did mention that they found something last year that was 79,000 years old.
That was on a beach down by not far from my house.
Evidence of human activity in Ireland could possibly go back as far as 150,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Ireland is old.
Well, I mean, all of Europe. I mean,
yeah, but like what people were saying is like, with how old Ireland is and everything like that, they said, and what they keep picking up and everything like that about Ireland, they said like, Ireland could have become an empire if we'd only gotten our crap together.
Wow, that's 6,000 years ago. Wow. I was just reading the first the first evidence of agriculture in Ireland comes from about 5,000 BC.
Yeah, which is about the same time as Newgrange.
Yeah,
which
still puts it before we thought we started agriculture as a race.
Yeah.
But of course, you've heard of Göbekli Tepe and stuff in Turkey, right? Some of those places are like 50,000 years old.
But they're also saying Göbekli Tepe is the father of most modern religions.
Well, yeah, it's a temple.
Mm-hmm.
It's the oldest planet. It's the oldest temple on our planet that we found so far.
Did you know?
But no, they found 22 cities in the desert around Göbekli Tepe, and some of these places, if they've dug and they've checked it out, some of these places might have actually had running like plumbing.
Did you know that they found out what Stonehenge was used for?
What was used for what, huh?
Stonehenge.
Oh, I heard it was just a temple. I mean,
it was, but it was also used for like crops and farming. And they also found out now, here's a question. If you don't have a clock, but you need to figure out something, how do you guess something that's 9 months in the future?
Shadows from the sun.
No. Babies.
Ah. So they had reproductive agriculture?
Yes. Where they literally every 9 months have an orgy, and then when the first babies are being born from it.
Well, that would explain the old Feast of Beltane now, wouldn't it?
Uh-huh.
Well, it was a fertility festival, and they would, do a giant orgy bang during celebration.
Sure, they're now one of the castles in Ireland. They found that there was this symbol. Now, I won't say the symbol because I noticed Raquel's on Twitch, so never mind the symbol. But they found a pillar outside, right? And the pillar, they're like, what does this pillar mean? Because it has no horse symbols, but it's very smoothed down. Like, people have been touching it. They're like, what is it? And then they found they undug the top of it, right?
I know where you're going with this.
It was a giant phallic. Yeah.
It was a phallic symbol.
Yes, that people used to rub it up and down for fertility.
Oh, that would have been funny to watch.
Tate, look up how the Irish became kings.
Not you to get fertile. Well, that's okay. In Pompeii, where Vesuvius, buried Pompeii during the 79 AD flood eruption, they found like all throughout Pompeii, there's phallic symbols, and
No.
there's actually ancient pornographic graffiti on the wall.
There is a guy entertaining himself who died
During the
mid-entertaining.
eruption.
During the eruption, he's like, "Screw this! I'm going to race the eruption." Ah!
Yeah, well, he laid down in the
Good night,
street and grabbed
Bone.
himself. Night, Bone.
There was a guy who had animals working in the shop, right? And all the animals are dead, but they didn't die from the guy in there is dead, and he had a sword in his hand, right? He killed his cat, his dog, his horse, his donkeys, all the chickens, everything like that, to spare them what was coming.
I don't blame him. But you know, when something like that's coming at you, that was a VEI 8 eruption. I mean, there wasn't really much chance of getting away from that thing. You know.
Well, the thing is about it, like, they didn't know what was going on, but the Celts who were there, they had seen volcanoes, and they're like, "Yeah, we're getting the hell out of here, bye." And they said like all the Celts left.
Well, of course they did. We've seen this shit before. I'm out.
Yeah, so they found a story recently, right? And they said that there was a Celtic king who was on holidays, and he was obsessed with the volcano. His Roman neighbor was like, "This guy's crazy." He had a stick with a sword nailed to the stick, right? And he was measuring the top of the mountain. And they said he'd go out every few hours and check it and everything like that. He wouldn't let his daughters play in the pond because the pond was bubbling.
Right.
He wouldn't let his dog near it. And they said that one day he walked out, and one of the surviving documents said he walked out, he looked over at the sword, looked at the mountain. Okay, we're going, and left. That was 1 week, and they said like this doing it, and from where he was, they said it literally went a little bit above the sword, and he said, "Yep, we're out. It's bulging. We're going.
Well, yeah, he was like, "Fuck this, I'm out."
Yeah. Fuck this bitch, I'm out.
Hey,
I gotta
Moira!
Hey, Moira!
A few people
And
may
she's
know,
here.
but many do not, that I have a second account that I never use called the Irish Pirate 0930. And I decided to go
Irish pirate,
and
huh?
use that account instead of my regular ones in case they try to cock block me.
Yeah, she's another Irish descendant.
I'm
Yes.
Irish. Hello, I'm Irish too. I have.
Raquel,
We
I
have to
know.
be.
I know you.
I think we're cousins.
I'm of
No,
Irish descent as well.
Not you and
along with,
Raquel, it's you and Eden are cousins.
I'm
it's you
also-
and Aaron that are cousins.
I'm also of Irish descent as well, along with German, Scottish, and of course English.
Well, technically, me and Revan should not even be friends because I'm an English descendant and he's an Irish descendant.
Dude, I'm descended.
totally against you.
Yeah, I'm descended from nobles and things like that from my four-times great-grandmother on one side, and I'm related to Michael Collins. So, I should hate
You
myself.
fancy bastard.
Yeah, you should hate yourself, you noble bastard.
I'm also Catholic, so, I'm used to hating myself.
Let's see. I'm German, Italian, and Irish.
I was Anglican when I lived in England.
I don't mean to be rude to you ladies and guys, but in Ireland, you guys are counted as American. We don't hold Irish American as a thing.
Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah.
It,
And the only reason I'm considered English is because I lived in England.
Dang.
did you have some crumpets and tea?
I want to buy some cheese. Cracking
He's
cheese.
important in the day. You cheeky bastard.
But no,
You bastards.
Moira and Raquel, you guys are officially considered part of the Irish diaspora. That's how you're considered in Ireland. You'd say like, "Oh yeah, you're part of the diaspora," because
Well,
like,
there's family members that live in Ireland that me and my mom haven't met before.
yeah,
Only my grandmother would.
You're
know
basically
them.
considered descendants, but not true Irish. is what
yes,
he's saying. Just like me, I'm Italian
Wait, hold
on
on.
my mother's
Myra,
side. But
sorry. Raquel, your granny's Irish? Documented Irish?
All I know is that I have actual family members in Ireland that me and my mother have not met yet, but my grandmother does know them.
Well, if your granny is Irish, you're entitled to citizenship.
Cool.
well, just like my dad was a citizen of the UK, and I was entitled to citizenship over there. That's how I have dual citizenship.
I'm so sorry.
Like, unfortunately, my grandmother's not longer here with us, so.
Yeah, so is mine.
I grew up.
We lost her nearly a year ago.
I grew
Yeah,
up
I
in
had a
Ipswich.
few grandparents that died throughout the months. Well, not this month, but throughout the past few years. I mean,
Rather,
I had
Yeah.
3 grandpas that died, and then
Did you hear
I
about
had
that?
1 grandma died.
I grew up in Ipswich.
Oof.
In Surrey.
Oh my god, you grew up in Ipswich? Dude,
Yeah.
don't stab me. Here, just take my fucking wallet.
We're not all criminals. No, come on now.
Hey, Supersonic, I have a question. Are you trying to get into the StreamYards twice?
Oh, I was just trying to see if I could do it through my laptop since I need to charge my phone.
Oh, okay, because it keeps popping up. It says device not connected.
Yeah, I'm having a hard time
That's okay,
trying
Raquel.
to.
I got knocked out of Jedi Bill's stream the other night, and I came
Oh.
back in, and there were 2 of me,
Huh.
and he didn't know which one was me and which one wasn't. So he kept like dropping one, and it would drop the real me.
Oh no!
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna log off and come back in and see what happens.
Yeah.
All right.
It's like StreamYards like produces like a clone of you
Mm-hmm.
as a placeholder, and it's never done it on your streams, and it's never done it on Brodan's streams, but some other people's streams it like produces a clone of me. And then somebody in the chat was like, "Oh God, there's 2." Rabbit Slug.
Right.
Rabbit Slug was like, "Oh God, there's 2 of him."
Or you
My
can.
friend-
I almost thought one of the 2 was a bot.
I am a bot. Yes, I am.
I'm a potato, so.
Luckily enough, there's no bots in the chat tonight.
Yay, no bots.
At least it ain't as worse as Team Fortress 2, where it has constant bots in every casual server.
Mm. Oof.
All right. There's Supersonic Warrior, but the device is not connected, so I can't let you in, unfortunately.
What does that mean, Raquel?
I mean, it says you need to connect your mic and cam before I can.
So
add
what
you
he
into
needs
the
to do
stream.
is restart his computer.
Sounds like.
He needs to restart the device he's using or use a different browser.
I was laughing. A friend of mine, she's a nurse, and she sent me this TikTok where this guy was talking about a medical procedure, right? And he said like where they, like for a minute, like they'll shut your heart and your brain off, and then quickly turn them, like reactivate them. And he said, it's a fancy way of turning humans off and on again.
Yeah. Well, it's like whenever they're doing like an organ transplant, you're actually hooked up to a machine that shuts you off.
Oh.
And holds you in like a stasis type thing, and then they turn you back on whenever they get the organ put in there.
Oh God.
Yeah,
you could be put in a torpid state for hours while they're trying to put organs inside you.
Oh.
While they're doing a heart operation, they would actually hook you up to a fake heart.
Well, yeah, that's what that machine does. That machine it's a multi-organ. It runs your bodily functions, but you're technically not there.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes, you're in what they call torpor. You're in a torpid state, which is even beyond coma.
There's an old joke between me and my friends, that's just for like it came out of something. We forget where it came out of. But Hey Darius, but it's for legal reasons. I technically don't exist.
Well, for legal reasons, I shouldn't exist.
I know.
Because I'm an eternal elder cephalopod, but for some reason I'm still here. So I mean,
Yeah.
Well, hey, I mean, you're God, so gods are immortal as
Later,
usual.
Supersonic Warrior.
Unless
all right, man. If you come back our way, man, just hop back in. All right.
Mm-hmm.
But actually, here's a funny thing. Not every culture, not all gods are immortal. In the Mayan religion, the gods actually were constantly reborn as different gods.
oh yeah,
Yeah, I know.
reincarnated, right?
Yes.
Did you know that the original gods of the Romans, not when the Romans stole the Greek gods and made them their own, but their original gods, the Phoenician gods, they were also the same way.
Mm-hmm.
They were just
Yeah.
somewhat. They were sort of maxi immortals, and every once in a while they would die and a new crop would come up.
Huh. Phoenicians, huh?
Yeah.
Yes. The
You know,
early
since you
Romans were
fun-
the Phoenicians.
Huh.
Darius, get in the chat with us, man. Come on, come to the panel. Come to the panel, Darius.
And funny
Yes,
enough that you mentioned the
come.
Phoenicians, well,
Come to the
you
panel
guys ever
with
heard of
us.
the cryptid called the Owl Man?
The Owl
The
Man?
what? The Owl Man?
Yeah. I remember watching an episode of a Animal Planet show that I used to watch when I was little called Lost Tapes, and
Hold on, Alastair. Yes, Darius, Etruscan Phoenician gods. Yes.
Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, and one of the cryptozoologists in this show was saying that the Owl Man was possibly a figure based on a Phoenician god.
Yeah.
And now that you mention that Phoenicians are Romans, I was like, I'm just like, huh? I didn't even know they were.
Not so much Romans, but like pre-Roman.
Oh, pre-Roman.
The Phoenicians and the Etruscans interbred. Moloch is yes, Moloch was an owl god. I forget. No, here's something that might upset my Christian friends that are my Christian or Catholic friends that are on the panel.
Hello.
But
go ahead.
When the pre-Hebrews, the Canaanites were there used to be, before they were monotheistic, they had a pantheon of gods. And the god that finally became their main god, supposedly, the name Yahweh was actually used for a different god back when they were polytheistic.
Really?
Yep. He was a war god.
A war god?
Yep.
Dang.
But
so he's kind of like the Hebrew. So essentially, with the Hebrews, God is basically let me remember his name. I believe. So he was basically the Hebrew version of Ares, right?
In Ireland, the Celtic gods are still given a tremendous amount of respect.
Yes, they are. Darius, stop talking to us in chat and get up here on the panel. I'd rather hear you talk to me with this stuff because you're the smart guy.
You're always welcome to come on the panel, Darius. You know that.
But yes, Carthaginians were also Phoenician descent, yes.
But guys, I have a lot to do today. I kind of have to bounce, but I know. Oh, excuse me.
You're not. I didn't offend you, did I, Revan?
No. I seriously have. There's people calling to the house today.
Okay.
Seriously, yeah. Dude. I'm not Democrat. I don't get offended.
Well, I love you, my Irish brother, and I hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by. Take care.
No worries. I'm dealing. We're just taking it. Oh, Rennie. Sorry, not Rennie. I've been talking to that girl too much. Raquel. I promise I know you're different people. I'm going to share a link in the chat if that's okay.
Sure. What's the link for?
My video. Well, I did 2 videos.
Okay.
One of them is an actual stream I did. It's on the Earth Romulan War, the Aftermath.
Okay.
So that's going there. And for a bit of fun, I got bored and I recorded a load of stuff, a load of randomness from when I was playing Sea of Thieves.
Ooh.
Yes.
And yes, you are correct, Darius.
Wait, Darius is correct.
Always. Darius is smarter than me.
Mm-hmm.
But the Irish. But the funny thing about Ireland and people are like what? They're like Ireland when it comes to like religion and that, they still count Ireland as neo-witches in a way, because a lot of like the Irish stuff and the beliefs in the Irish version of Catholicism, we still have a lot of like Wiccan elements in us. Thank you,
And
Darius.
potatoes. And
Thank you,
potatoes.
Darius, for dropping
Potatoes.
those links.
I was on
Potato
a
farmers.
stream with like anti-checker. I don't care about like saying this now, but I was on the stream with him one day, and that guy, while I was on stream, actually started making fun of the potato famine.
No.
Yes.
Can't do that, man. That was a horrible time for the Irish people.
Yeah. One of the jokes
Like
he
a
said,
third of the population of Ireland died or something like that.
dude, we still haven't recovered population-wise. We got down to from 8 million to 2 million.
Ooh.
Uh-huh.
Ouch.
Hmm.
And we're still not recovered.
Wow, that's quite a bit of dead Irishmen.
It is like when I was working in the graveyard, I got severe depression. So did all the guys, because no matter where we dug, we kept digging up piles of children.
Ugh. You know, they found a place. They found a place in Rome. It was like a giant limb pit, like arms and legs and shit, and that was all that was in there.
They
Like,
also
they didn't
found
find the rest of the bodies, man.
They also found a hey Sherry. They
Hey,
also
Sherry.
found
Right,
a
so
guy
here.
from buried in ancient Egypt in a family mausoleum who's Irish. They're like, how the hell did he get here? And there's also a load of people in China who are descended from the Irish.
You know how he got to Egypt, right? He just kind of bloody walked there.
Actually, they think that he was trading with the Greeks, because the Irish and the Greeks used to trade with each other a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of the Greek bronze was actually from Ireland, because we've got like thick bronze and copper like mines here.
I was just joking, man. I was like, nah. He just put, because a lot
King
of
Tut
I know.
had red hair, huh?
No, I know you were joking, but I'm just saying, like, just been fascinating history. It's like we traded with the Greeks and we traded down. So they're saying like all those thousands of years ago, while he was trading, that they probably maybe the prevalent years are one, he got taken as a slave somewhere along the line and transported and escaped in Egypt, right?
Yeah.
Two, he crashed in Egypt and just ended up there. Also, before I go, they're also thinking that the cloud people of the Mayans are actually Celts of ancient Peru, the cloud people.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
No, what the joke I was making was, yeah, I had an uncle that had lived in Ireland for a long time, and he considered himself Irish. I don't know why, but
because if you're here for long enough and everything like that, we consider you Irish.
Well, he walked like 100 or 120 miles in a couple of days, and we asked him why, and he said, "Well, because I wanted to, didn't I?"
Like my granddad,
that guy, the Irishman down in Egypt, was like, "Because I walked there, didn't I?"
Because I walked here, didn't I? My granddad said that when he was little, his grandfather was taking him for a walk, and he said that he fell over and he broke his leg, right?
Oh.
And he turned around and he said, instead of saying, "Are you okay?" or whatever, he said, that's granddad said, "Watch the step."
My dad broke the middle, the big bone in your lower calf.
Yes.
He was playing football, and that's European football, what everybody else calls soccer. But anyway, he was playing football and he split that bone right up the middle.
Ah.
And he kept playing the rest of the game. And then he walked home 4.5 miles.
Is your dad Russian?
No, he's part Nord though.
Nord, huh? A Viking.
But guys, looking at the time, I literally have to bounce. Okay?
All
All
right.
right. Thanks for
Okay.
coming, Peter Raven.
No worries.
Later,
Peace
Peter.
out. Later.
Good day.
Football. Yes.
But yeah,
So,
Darius.
Darius, are you going to join us on this panel or not?
Yeah,
He's probably-
yeah,
he's
join us
probably-
because
he's
we
probably
we
in bed
would
on his
love to
cell
hear
phone.
your vast knowledge on history as well.
He's probably in bed on his cell phone.
Yes.
Come on, boy, get in here. Come here, boy. Come here.
Step into the room.
Yeah, Darius is difficult for some reason.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Come on, Darius.
Oh, Lord,
Come on the
Lord.
panel, or I'm going to kick your ass Hank Hill style. But not
Okay.
literally.
It sounded a lot more like
Uh-oh.
Willpower, though.
What? I was just joking.
Uh-oh.
I'm not. Time to get his little robo ass up here.
Oh, there's a Moira challenge there, Darius.
I'll be throwing hands and feet. Bam.
Uh-oh. Not the
Is
hands
that
and the
Mora?
feet.
Yes, that's Mora. Can't you fucking read?
Is that Mora? Yes, that is
Yes,
Mora.
that's Moira.
Yeah, I have a
Moira.
YouTube account I never actually use. Called the Irish Pirate.
It's Moira.
You're subscribed to it. I
She's
come
in a
to find
political
out.
office. Like she's somebody.
Yeah. It's weird. He's actually subscribed to my account. This Irish Pirate 0930. He's the most recent one, in fact. I thought it was odd. I was like, how did he know about this?
Look at you, weirdo, sitting on a panel.
Well, there's a little gear button. You hit
There's
the gear
nothing wrong
button
with being a
for the
weirdo.
better
Weirdo now, is it?
Oh, I'm not weird. The rest of you are weird, not me.
definition.
You calling me weird? I'll show you weird. How do we do this? Take this on like a man. Mano. Go to the bar and bash our skulls with beer bugs.
I will stab you in the face.
I can't read the names. The resolution is at 144.
Ew. Why is your resolution suck, Darius?
Because it's on his cell phone.
Oh,
Well,
I mean, my resolution doesn't.
I feel like being an asshole today. I feel like being an asshole today.
That doesn't sound fun.
I feel
No,
like being an
no.
asshole.
I'm an asshole every day, but you don't love me. Whoa. Oh, that's a challenge, Darius.
There we go.
Yes, Sherry, stabbing is great
Ooh,
fun.
she's spicy.
You should see my toy I have for stabbing.
Let's see.
Stab.
Hold on.
Pete from Creepy Little Book is live right now, and he's going to talk about Cajun mythology tonight.
Yes, which means
Oh
he's
yeah,
gonna talk about
that
the
popped into my
root.
notification feed as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Because Cajuns are Acadians, which were from French Canada.
And they all are now residing in good old Louisiana. And there's also a few other swamp monsters in Louisiana that I also know. Like there's the Honey Island Swamp Monster,
Oh
the
my.
Alligator
Rick, I'll be
Man.
right back in just a minute.
Okay.
My
Yeah.
parents used to tell me about Honey Island Swamp. They said there was a lot of bodies in there, or bits of them.
Yeah, and there was also a
Pearls of Wisdom involved telling me about Honey Island Swamp. I shan't get into it, but I never had to use it, thankfully.
dang.
I had unconventional parents.
Yeah. I mean, heck, and funny enough, the Honey Island Swamp Monster was another creature, a cryptid I found from lost tapes as well. Not just only the Owl Man as well.
It's probably a logical explanation. It's probably like a fifth generation inbred person, humanoid.
Hmm. Yeah. But yeah. And
Makes
I
more
also
sense.
heard that. I also remember learning from another show called Monsters and Mysteries in America. Is that there was also vampires involved in Cajun and Louisiana as well.
It sounds like someone read entirely too much Anne Rice before they made that show.
Huh.
Although if someone's gonna be a vampire somewhere, that's the best place. A lot of people go missing and never found again. But if you look
Every
at a map, one
major
of the biggest
ethnic
places
group
is
has
underground
legends of
caverns.
vampires, Alaska.
Huh.
Anyway, is Sherry? Are you still there in the chat?
I'm assuming she is.
Well, if you're still there, Sherry, I want to show you my stabbing tool.
Oh wow!
This
It's a Roman calavis, right?
Gladius.
Gladius, yeah, that.
And the inscription there says La Mort Rapida, which is swift death.
Ooh.
Nice.
That is a
Are
combat-ready
morte
blade.
imomicus.
That is a combat-ready blade, and it is quite sharp.
Ooh.
And this is my stabby.
Stab, stab, stab. Yeah. And
Thank you, Sherry.
it will be really cool to feel like what's like to wear Roman armor because, well,
I have worn Roman armor.
really?
I used to do SCA, which is Society of Creative Anachronism.
oh
We
my
used to
god.
do reenactment, and I used to wear a modified Roman armor that was after the Romans went to Britain.
That's
So
crazy.
it had
I feel like
elements
I
of
didn't see you
Roman
in Roman
centurion
stuff.
armor and early British armor as well. And I wore a black cloak that had the Imperial Roman double-headed eagle on it. Roman armor is interesting stuff to wear. And am I the only one still here?
No, I'm here.
I hear the cricket. Why are there cricket noises?
No cricket noises.
Did we lose you, Lester?
Nah, I was getting something too. Since you showed us your gladius, I also got a weapon from ancient medieval times as well that my dad had for a while, which I'll go ahead and show you. Come on. Pardon me from being shirtless because, well, I haven't been outside all day. And look at here.
Ooh,
A mace.
Oh,
that was
sweet
actually
Lord.
one of the weapon styles I learned was mace and shield
Really?
when I was doing SCA.
Dang. And yeah, this is a real
I'm
one
good.
too.
I'm good with
Sharp
mace
as
and
hell.
shield. I'm good with mace and shield. I'm good with flail and shield, and I'm good with gladius and shield.
Dang. And yeah, this was a bona fide weapon used by macemen in the Middle Ages and highwaymen.
And if you knew anything about the gladiators of ancient Rome, I used to also fight Murmilla.
Oh yes, Romans also used maces as well.
Yep. Well, they actually used flails more than maces, but
flails.
I used to fight Murmillo, which is a type of gladiator style. And this is the only other blade currently I have besides pocket knives. This one goes with my gladius. This is the boot dagger that goes along with my gladius.
Dang.
And that inscription is Nimical Elf. It says high hand. It's basically high-handed enemy. This is my offhand weapon.
I also know one of my buddies who I used to be neighbors with also got a katana for his birthday. A real katana, not a plastic one.
I actually used to own a katana that was folded 2,500 times.
Dang.
I had to sell it. I sold it to a collector for about 10 grand. I used to have a whole hell of a lot more weapons than these, but a lot of them are with my sister right now because I had a hard bit of time a while back, and I didn't want to lose a lot of my stuff. So my twin sister has a lot of my weapons. It's what I have with me right now.
Yeah.
Well, that, and I carry a modern weapon. It's called a baseball bat.
Yeah. And if you put a nail in that bad baby,
Hey, Whoopa.
that's death incarnate.
Oh no, it's a metal bat. I couldn't put a nail in it if I wanted to, unless I drilled it out and set
Okay.
it. But,
Alrighty, barbed wire.
but
How about barbed wire?
I could wrap it, which I plan
Yeah.
to do eventually. What's up, Whoopa Troopa? Rar. And this isn't quite a weapon, but it is my familiar. Come here, you. Come here. This right here is my familiar.
You're familiar?
Hold on.
Okay. Oh, it's your chihuahua.
Yeah, my familiar. That's my good boy right there. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Oh, yeah.
He looks chill.
He is. He
Sweet.
likes listening to the show when Daddy does the show.
Wants to join our little streams too.
Yeah. He likes Raquel a lot, but he gets to talk to Raquel or gets to see Raquel a lot because, you know.
Really?
Yeah, well, Raquel and I do talk outside of YouTube.
Yeah, we do.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah,
There's
that's
a
true.
handful of friends that I do talk to outside of YouTube.
Oh yeah, same here. And I already know that I added you and I added each other on Discord.
Yeah, I know. The neighbors are walking around outside and they're disturbing you, huh? That's why you woke up and came over here, huh? Yeah. Walking
But it
too
was
close
some
to our
people
door
that you
again, huh?
knew.
Yeah. Walking too close to our door again, huh, Boba? Yeah. Can't help it, dude. As long as they're not coming through the door, then we take care of them, okay? Yeah. He's all frustrated with my neighbors because they're out there partying.
I'm doing okay. How are you doing, Whoopa?
And I'm doing good too. We were just chatting about other stuff. We chat about dinosaurs. We showed each other weapons, and we talked about ancient history, the usual fun stuff.
Oh, trust me, we haven't gone quite down the rabbit hole I could go with ancient history. Ask Raquel sometime. Raquel's been on a stream with me and Darius where we deep dove on some weird shit.
Oh.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, and since
People seem to like
we
to hear
also
me talk about weird shit. Like, I come on here to talk about nerd stuff, but then I get to talking about weird shit. And people are like, "Go ahead, tell me more."
well, you can't blame them because they got interested.
Nope, I don't blame them at all.
Yeah,
Ow, that was my nose. Why'd you nip my nose?
and since we talked about
my nose.
Rome a
my
bit.
nose.
Well, as I already mentioned
That's my
before, I've
nose.
been trying to learn Latin lately. As a fun hobby to be a bit to stick with than and as one of my ways of sticking with something more positive rather than negative, along with a few other things like zoology and biology and speculative zoology.
I happen to like cryptozoology,
Oh
werewolves
yeah,
and stuff.
same here. And so far, I've been mainly sticking with trying to learn classical Latin because I really can't tell the difference between that, ecclesiastical, or vulgar, aside from
One of the-
hearing that there are some key differences.
One of the
Small minor.
funniest things. One of the funniest things I ever heard was my dad.
Really?
My dad was very scientific. Everything was science. Everything was science. Everything was science. But the man actually, this scientific father of mine actually believed in werewolves.
Really?
Yeah, he would straight, and I don't know. He acted like, you know how like when people are talking about something, you can just tell that at least they think they're telling the truth. Like my dad truly believed in werewolves. And I asked him one time, was like, well, I've never seen one, so is there proof? And my dad was like, just trust me on this one. There are werewolves.
I mean, of course. I mean, if in his eyes, I can maybe see some of it. Like there's a really a rare condition where how there was some genes that are activated, like make people have tails or grow very long
You're
hair
talking about
all
the
over the
condition
body.
that causes you to grow hair all over your body? Yeah.
Yeah.
Like the wolf
And,
boys in Mexico?
oh yeah. And historical wise, like some moments, like you ever heard of the Beast of Gouvedin over in France?
Yes, I've
And
also
how,
heard of the Beast of Bray Road in Britain.
or you, yeah, and how it's basically we don't know what for certain the Beast of Gouvedin was. Like it's an amalgamation of other things like animal attacks, like wolves or Rus hyena or and a serial killer finding it, and France had to send a lot of hunters to try to find the beast and try to kill it, but with no such luck.
The only part of Russian history besides Catherine the Great Whoopatruba that I find interesting is the last Tsar and his family and Rasputin.
Really?
That was an interesting time to be in Russia.
Huh.
Well, Rasputin was supposedly he was a cleric, he was a priest.
Yeah, and later
But
down, he's saying he was a sorcerer.
He actually became a priest because he was running from debts that he owed. Before he was a priest, he was actually married with a wife and kids in Siberia, and he was running from tax collectors.
Really?
And he joined the priesthood in St. Petersburg. And it was rumored, most of the noble women and stuff loved him because he would go to the parties. And the rumor was he was sleeping with noblemen's wives. And a lot of them would talk about his prowess in bed. And they would invite him to their own like private parties and stuff, like just for the ladies, you know what I'm saying?
Oh
And
yeah.
he supposedly had a big woo woo.
Yeah.
And
I guess you can say, with that historical context, that makes the Rara Rasputin song more interesting.
yeah. Well, he supposedly had quite a large member, and the Russian noblewomen loved him. And it took a lot to kill him, but
oh yeah, I remember learning that he was a tough bugger.
They say that all of these noblewomen loved him, but like he didn't bathe, and they said he smelled horrible. But still, these noblewomen were knocking boots with him. So that dude had to have something, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, until to put it in the song's way, then one night some man of higher standing set a trap before he came.
Well, he said that he had a prophecy that he told that talked about if he was killed by a commoner, if he was assassinated by a commoner, because he said he saw his own assassination. And he said that if he was assassinated by a common person of Russia, all would be fine for the royal family. But if the nobility rose up against him, that Russia would fall within a generation. And it was Prince Yusupov, Felix Yusupov, one of the Romanov princes, that that was part of the plot to execute Rasputin. And they started out by feeding him little cakes lined with cyanide. And he ate them for hours and didn't die. And then they tried to put cyanide in his wine. That also didn't kill him. Then they beat him to death. Or they thought they'd beaten him to death.
and they left him in the basement wrapped up in a blanket. Not a blanket, a carpet. And they went down to check on his body, and he had come out of the blanket and was crawling across the basement floor and was coming after Prince Yusupov. So Prince Yusupov shot him several times. And then they threw his body in the Volga River. Well, when his body was found several days later and pulled out of the river, he had water in his lungs. And that only happens if you were breathing when you went into the drink. So he survived all of that just to drown.
Yeah.
And freeze to death in the river.
I guess you can say that he was either like basically just like a real life Terminator, where he was almost nearly indestructible, and same with Godzilla, or he had some kind of gene where he had the durability like our ancestors have, including Neanderthals.
Or he was truly a mystic.
Hey, I love food.
Hail! Hail! Hail!
Rasputin.
Hail!
Rasputin actually wasn't a ladies' man. Actually, much the opposite. Yeah, but actually, that's what I was saying. It was the royal women that liked him. It was even rumored that he was sleeping with the Tsarina herself.
And of course, the Queen of Russia thought he was a holy healer who can heal her son.
Well, that's what I was talking about. She thought that he was a healer because of what he did for Alexei.
Oh.
And Alexei was a hemophiliac, but she was supposedly sleeping with him. Jedi Bill has returned. Hello, Jedi Bill. Welcome back.
Hello.
The return of the
What's
Jedi.
Up, Food? What's up there, Food? I didn't see you. Top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to me, laddies. My name is Jacksepticeye, and welcome back to...
Oh, no.
What?
Jacksepticeye. Oh, no. Rasputin. Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin.
Yeah, and funny enough, I also remember finding out in the first live-action Hellboy film, I found out the villain was Rasputin, and at first I thought it was Hitler, but
no, it was Rasputin.
Huh. Yeah, I mean, I didn't really know, because since they mentioned Hitler and about him dying in a certain year.
The royal family's belief in Rasputin's healing powers brought him considerable status and power at court. The Tsar appointed Rasputin his lamplighter, charged with keeping the lamps lit before the religious icons in the palace, and thus gained him regular access to the palace and the royal family. By December of 1906, Rasputin had come close enough to ask a special favor of the Tsar, that he be permitted to change his surname to Rasputin Noyev, which is the new. Nicholas granted the request, and the name change was speedily assessed, suggesting that he already had the Tsar's favor at that early of a date. Rasputin used his position to full effect, accepting bribes and sexual favors from noble admirers, working diligently to expand his influence. He was accused by his enemies of religious heresy and rape, was suspected of exerting undue political influence over the Tsar, and was even rumored to have had an affair with the Tsarina. Opposed to Rasputin's influence grew within the church. He also tended to call the Tsar and Tsarina Mama and Papa.
And
He actually held quite a bit of power over the Tsarina, especially because of what he did for Alexei. And it's very simple what he did for Alexei. Alexei was a hemophiliac, which means he bled, and he was a free bleeder. And the family physicians were feeding Alexei aspirin, which is a blood thinner. And Rasputin stopped them from giving him the blood thinner, from giving him the aspirin.
and it cleared up part of his problem, or at least it made it less problematic. So technically, the family physicians were killing him. There was no magic involved. He was just a smart man that knew that aspirin was a blood thinner.
All in the brain. Knows his stuff from his brain.
Yes, you are correct, Whoopa Troopa. Nicholas did take a ton of advice from him, and he was stupid to do so because Rasputin had his own. Rasputin wanted his own power, and that's why he was there. And he targeted the Tsar and the Tsarina using their son so he could get in and get done what he wanted to get done. He was not a good man. He was evil. He was a monster. But he tended to take he had a lot of control. Yes, I did see him in The Kingsman. Crowds, doctors. The priests and the other nobles hated him, though.
Hated his guts.
Hey, Optic Racer.
What's up, Optic Racer? How you doing, buddy?
Hoi hoi.
Ahoy, ahoy. Welcome. Hello.
Bonjour and guten tag.
Hey, everybody. Hello.
Hello, Mongolians. Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa.
Konnichiwa, Kikaska.
Konnichiwa. Mushy,
Ni
mushy.
hao, parliamentary.
Of course, mushy, mushy is only used if you're answering the phone.
Oh, yeah. It's basically Japan's version of hello.
It's Japan's version of what do you want?
What do you want? Oh. And speaking
Poor
of
Optic
Japanese,
Racer.
We have with us tonight not Darius.
That's because Darius wouldn't come up here. Hi, Optic.
That is so totally not Moira. That is not Darius. Oh, look at that. I made Moira giggle.
Moira Hoira.
Moira.
Muckrat.
Muskrat.
I
Muskrat.
said muckrat.
Well, you know what I have to say to you? Kapla. Why are you looking at me like I'm lunch? Have you lost your damn mind, dog? Okay, yes. Ow!
Ooh.
Oh boy, I don't know who got hurt. Dang.
I'm wearing shorts and he stuck his claws in my leg. Oh,
Oh shit, was that you who squeaked at him?
that was him because I grabbed him and picked him up because he had his claws in my leg. Ow!
Poor Optic. Okay,
Ouch.
so I clicked on his picture in the chat and I took his picture and because he wouldn't come up here. So yeah.
Como? That's Moira? What trickery is this?
I know. Poor Optic. Optic just messaged me.
Merlin, we haven't forgiven you. What trickery is this? They tried to place the fatherless boy upon us.
I kind of forgot to.
Has anybody here seen the movie Excalibur?
I haven't.
I saw bits of it. My parents
Yeah,
wanted
I
me to go
have.
see it when she was.
Well, I know you have, Raquel. We watched it together.
I know.
I just love the scene where Arthur pulls the sword from the stone, and the other knights are like, "We haven't forgotten you, Merlin. What trickery is this? He tries to foist a fatherless boy upon us. You want a bastard for a king?"
Yeah.
I
And-
love that movie, and I can quote that whole movie, which is pretty interesting. Of course, I can quote a lot of movies, which is, I guess, very, very pathetic of me.
Yeah, I mean, you're not alone. There's a lot of shows out there, movies out there that I can quote on a bit of a daily basis a little bit. And one good example is, you remember that one episode where SpongeBob, where SpongeBob, Patrick, and Squidward get forced to be the Flying Dutchman's crewmates, shanghaied, and
Yeah,
they were doing the scene where they were trying to scare a little kid.
Uh-huh.
And me and my school, but one of my school buddies used to reenact that scene by quoting the very lines that went on the scene.
I can't quote SpongeBob, but while SpongeBob was on, I was raising kids, so I tried not to pay attention to what they were watching.
Oh, yeah.
Well, when it
And
came to cartoons,
I
anyway.
have some memory with some shows I watched, with some shows me and him watched.
I was in my 30s when SpongeBob came around, so.
Those guys are dorks. Yes, but they're my dorks.
You know what my favorite SpongeBob character was, though?
Who?
Sandy,
Sandy?
the squirrel.
Oh yeah, I know.
Hello, Patrick? No, I'm Patrick. No, fucking Patrick. Anyway.
Yeah.
Cringy. You know it's bad when even your chihuahua cringes when you say something. My chihuahua cringed. He was like, nah, dude, don't go there, man. Come on.
Yeah.
What? Why are you being needy? Don't lick me on my nose. That's just weird. Dude just licked the tip. He looked me deep in the eyes and licked the tip of my nose. The hell is wrong with this dog? It's like, if I lick your nose, will you stop asking me what's up?
I'm Squidward. I'm Squidward.
You know, I would have hated to be Squidward.
But he's pretty much become a relatable character once you hit adult age.
Like I said, I was already an adult when SpongeBob came out. I identified with Patrick.
I know, but I just
wanted to be blissfully ignorant like Patrick, and I never could be. So that was the guy I wanted to be. I didn't want to be Squidward. Squidward was just like me.
Yeah, but I've seen
Annoyed
most
at
people
everything.
say that they related it to Squidward because, well, I mean, before when you're a kid, they said that when you're a kid, you're more like SpongeBob, where he's all happily and seeing good at everything, and while Squidward is, well, you know what he is.
And yes, Optic Racer, you did see the conversation switch again. We went from monsters to sword to ancient history to Rasputin to Robo Kitties, and now we're talking about Sponge frickin' Bob. These conversations get weird, my friend.
Yeah.
You related to Gary. Me too. I like when Gary left. I like when Gary left. Because he was just fed up with everything. Gary was like, you know what? I'm walking here. I'm gonna get out of here. This fucking Sponge.
He can't even give me a decent meal today. Can't even feed me today.
This fucking Sponge.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, seasons 1 to 3 were the golden years, while season 4 was good, but a little different, but still good. But the rest of the seasons went a little bit downhill onward. I mean, I still remember some moments from them, but then again, I can see why the old seasons are better, along with the old movie, the first movie.
You know what's screwed up? This is something I found out today. He's just childlike. He's not crazy. But no, what I found out today is a lot of the adult cartoons from the 90s are getting rebooted. Like, we're getting a rebooted version of King of the Hill. We're getting a rebooted version of we're getting the 4th revival of Futurama.
Yeah, I heard that.
We're getting another Beavis and Butthead series. It's going to be interesting for adult cartoons here soon. Of course, South Park's still going strong, but I don't think anything's ever going to knock South Park out.
Oh yeah, especially since that, like Broden said, is that they're very in touch with society, work and know how society's like, especially with in recent times. And I haven't seen the COVID special yet, and I haven't catched up with South Park. But after seeing some clips of it, the pandemic special definitely looks pretty good and looks pretty funny.
Yeah,
Like,
it's the pandemic special was actually hilarious.
yeah,
We're getting a reboot of King of the Hill, Futurama, and Beavis and Butthead. Futurama is going to be on Hulu. They're doing another. They're getting it. It's like I said, it's the fourth revival because it went from Fox to streaming.
yeah. First started out
No, it
with
went from
Comedy
Fox to
Central,
cartoon. It went from Fox to Comedy Channel, Comedy Network. Then it
and
went.
then
Now it's going to
Sci-Fi.
streaming,
Yeah,
and then
and then
Sci-Fi,
after
and then streaming.
yeah, and then after Comedy Central, it went on to Sci-Fi, and
Yeah.
and of course now we got the streaming. Yeah,
Well, the
but
thing about streaming, I was watching a video about it this morning. The thing about streaming and why a lot of these shows are going to streaming is because they can do more on streaming instead of just being on network.
yeah, because where network is nowadays, it's more limited with creativity.
Well, Optic Racer, the whole reason why the world has no imagination anymore is because we were all supposed to die in 2012, but too many of you people begged and begged and begged for God not to off us. So now we've jumped the shark and we're in the weeds with this show. Like we're 12 seasons beyond where we were supposed to stop.
Yeah.
Well, the only thing that I worry about with Futurama, nobody, is the guy that did the voice for Bender still has not signed.
John DiMaggio.
And and if DiMaggio doesn't come back, then I'd rather they just not do it because Bender is like the flagship character of that show. Everybody else has come back.
Nobody.
Everybody else has come back, but the guy who voiced Bender.
Yeah, I mean, you can't have John DiMaggio in this. I mean, you can't have Bender without John DiMaggio. I mean, not only he does other great voices like Jake the Dog from Adventure Time, Marcus Phoenix from Gears of War, and Raph from Ben 10, and the Brute Chieftain in Halo 3, Chieftains in Halo 3. But you can't have Bender without John.
That was RJ that was on RJ's show this morning.
Really?
Yeah. He was talking about because RJ is a huge Futurama fan. And he was talking about how DiMaggio hasn't signed yet. Well, that was the rumor, but now he's saying he might be on board with it. He's just waiting for them to negotiate with him. It's coming down. It's coming down to money, buddy.
Yeah, especially since the guy also has other stuff to work on as well.
Yeah. Sorry about the yawning, people.
It's okay.
It was a long day for me, but then again, I've got a long weekend, so I'm happy.
True
Hey,
that.
you're fine because since I'm out of school since last year, it just feels like a rest of this week, all these weeks, throughout these few months, felt like in a very eternal extended break.
I forget some of you are way younger than me.
Yeah. Oh yeah, since I'm 19 and I'll be 20 this year.
Shit, I haven't seen 20 in 25 years.
Yeah, that's true.
26 years, actually. I'll be
26.
47 this year.
Dang. Heck, my dad's in his 40s as well. And he had me when he was 30.
Well, I had my first kid was born when I was 15.
Oh, really?
Yep.
15 years old.
Yep. I got married at 15.
Oh, dang. Is that?
My
I'm guessing
parents,
that's like
my
a
parents and her parents signed for it.
oh. So is that basically like a old and a thing that people used to do back in previous years, or was that a
No, I just, didn't cover my willie and ended up getting a girl pregnant, and my parents and her parents made us get married.
Oh, okay. So basically, it was basically taking responsibility.
Yeah, well, it's not like I wasn't going to take responsibility for my kid anyway. Even that young, I was pragmatic, but still, I mean, yes, I was married at 15, Optic Racer.
Okay, so, well, hey, I'm not gonna, hey, I ain't really gonna, get on you for that since, well,
Oh,
since
you can say
since you
whatever
told
you
me that,
want. I mean, it's been a long time ago. I mean,
I know. But then
I
again,
got
at least
married
you,
at 15. I got married at 15, divorced at 21. She left me and the kids. I ended up raising my daughters for 3 years by myself. And then I got married to my
mm,
second wife. And I had a couple of boys with my second wife, and she brought a couple of boys to the marriage. And I ended up
yeah.
divorced from her when I almost got killed in a car wreck 8 years ago. So
Oh, dang.
because
Well, I mean,
while I was
hey,
in the hospital, I was in the hospital for nearly a year after my car wreck, and while I was in the hospital, she was cheating on me with my best friend.
hmm, yeah.
So
And hey, but yeah, I ain't really gonna get on you for, what happened since, well, I have a grandma who married my grandpa. One of my grandmas married one of my grandpas when she was 18 back in those old days, and I have a buddy who's 20 but got a kid now, but he's got a baby now.
it happens, man.
Yeah,
The only thing,
and
the
that's
only thing that matters, the only thing that matters is you take care of the kids that you produce. You know.
oh yeah, and yeah, and that's another thing I was gonna say is that, but I am glad that you pretty much became a good father.
Yeah. Yeah. I was such a good dad. My daughters, who are all grown now, still bug the hell out of me.
Mm.
Not as much as they used to, but while I was talking to Moira the other day, she can tell you my daughter was calling me because her and her boyfriend were having trouble.
Yeah, and
Remember, Moira?
yeah,
Yes, she left because she decided she didn't get to be a teenager, so she wanted to go do. Oh, my ex-wife, yeah, she was a piece of work. I
mm,
married my second wife for the wrong reason.
hmm.
She was armed.
Mm.
She was eye candy, pretty, and I had money, and she let me knock boots. So I made a stupid decision and married a woman I shouldn't have been with, and had kids with her, no less.
Hmm.
Um, See, I have a really bad picker when it comes to women, so I haven't had a whole lot of good luck.
Yeah,
Hence why I'm single at the moment, because I'd rather be single than screwed up.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been really been trying my best to be careful with what I do since, well,
You really
since
should, because there's a whole lot of stuff that faces people your age these days. So you should be really careful with what you do.
oh yeah, and I mean, heck, when I first had my ex girlfriend before we silently broke up, well, I haven't really been treating her with good and with all my kindness and careness because, well, since, well, I wanted to keep it slow and steady, not jump ahead like most boys would do.
Well, the thing is, when regardless of how far along you want to take a relationship or not, you must always remember to be kind. Uh,
Oh yeah.
and I'm not getting on to you about that, obviously. I guess I kind of put my dad hat on, but
Mm-hmm.
just remember to always be kind with people that spend that kind of time with you, because you never know when you're going to miss them.
Oh
And
yeah.
why I say that is, yes, my first and my second wife were horrible, but I messed up my relationship with my third wife,
Hmm.
and I miss her every day. And she was a good girl, she was a good woman, and I treated her badly, and I regret it. And
You should always, regardless of whether it's a full-on romantic relationship or if y'all are just hanging out, you should always treat your significant other with care and kindness, as long as they are
Indeed.
also treating you with care and kindness.
Oh yeah. I mean, heck, me and our relationship started out fine at first when we first started
That
dating back when I was in school. And
Horrible, Whoopa Trooper. That is horrible. I hate when women do that, and it happens more than you think.
I
Um,
mean, heck,
especially fake and rape cases. Now, I'm not saying all ladies. For the two ladies that are on the panel, I'm not saying all of you, but it does happen.
yeah. And not to mention when the first time when me and my ex got together, it was because when we started talking to each other, I found out when she had a YouTube channel, and I looked at her videos and looked at some of the videos she liked on her playlists. I found out she was a big fan of Transformers like me, and she was also into weird stuff as well. Though I don't want to go into detail because that's a more private thing. And we basically became a match made in heaven. And eventually, when me and her eventually down the line, I got her into Godzilla and kaiju in general, and she loved it. Heck, Mothra was her favorite because she loves bugs, especially butterflies and moths.
I will say this to you and every other guy in the chat: if you find yourselves a nerdy girl, keep her. They're rare.
Oh yeah, yeah, and she was a big fan of a lot of the old '80s cartoons as well, and a lot of the old cartoons as well, because she thinks they're interesting, and especially when you don't know, especially stuff you never knew existed. And she was also big on anime and manga as well.
Well, that's our dear Raquel up there in the corner. She's the anime and manga one.
Yeah, and I've been helping her showing some other sides of Japanese entertainment media as well, especially along with other stuff as well.
Poke Raquel.
Mhm.
Raquel.
Yep.
Raquel, unless you answer, I'm going to keep poking you.
Yeah, like she was into a series which is a vampire-related anime called Sir Vamp, and I feel she was also into Sailor Moon as well. And
anybody ever watch Vampire Hunter D? I love that show.
I haven't, but I showed her a pic of Vampire Hunter D when she asked me what type of vampire related anime I should try to show her, and I show her a picture of Vampire Hunter D. But she wasn't really being too super big on gore. I mean, she used to a little bit, but not much. But which I respect because again, we all our different tastes change all the time. I mean, heck, my stepmom used to like. Yeah, I mean, my stepmom used to like gory horror movies, except for Nightmare on Elm Street. But when she had kids of her own, her kids.
If you guys think I'm just a nerd guy, man, I far more than a nerd guy, I am massively a horror freak.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way too. I mean, heck, my ex-girlfriend also used to end up discovering some obscure material as well. She found and told me about this one obscure anime series that's only exclusive in Japan called Golden Bat, which is Japan's very first superhero media.
Hey, Carol.
You ever watch
Yeah, Carol.
Forgive my ignorance. Who is the character in your avatar? It's Kefla from Dragon Ball Super.
And she has a sister named Caulifla. Oh no, wait! That she's a combined for a fused version of Kale and Caulifla.
It's because our dear Raquel hides behind her human form, but she really is a Saiyan.
Yeah, a space monkey.
There's nothing wrong with space monkey.
space monkey, a were space monkey to be precise, that transforms under the full moon.
I like Vegeta.
Me too.
I like Coco.
I also like Majin Buu.
Yeah. And I also remember one time when I showed my ex-girlfriend the banana split show. Well, not the actual show, just the when I told her about it. When she also
That
found
show's
out about that
disturbing,
banana
man.
splits movie,
That movie's disturbing, dude.
especially based off the Hanna-Barbera cartoon show we know and love, you know. And
What's
heck,
up, Cookie?
and heck,
Welcome.
when I told my
Hi.
special aids teacher about it, she told me that the people who made the banana splits made another show called Stuff and Puff, I believe it was called, or
Puffin stuff.
Huff and Stuff. Yeah.
HR Puffin stuff.
Yep.
Anyway, Carol. Hello, Carol.
And she even mentioned that she saw the banana splits herself in person when she was younger, and she was surprised how tall they were compared than what she saw on the TV.
Hey, Carol, what kind of cookies today?
I asked her that. She said just rocks.
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 What's in these things? Rocks? Hey, these are rocks. Why did you fill your suitcase full of rocks? Well, maybe you should. Well, how about you live? I wouldn't live in your life.
But I like rocks. I like lots of rocks.
Yeah.
Gotta go to rich trust people. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Anyway, oh sorry.
How is everybody feeling tonight? I like to ask that at least once an hour.
Well, so far so good. I haven't really been. This is the longest I've been on the stream.
Why Cookie? Why rocks? Why not cookies? Are you
Yes,
upset?
I'm afraid not, dear.
Are you not happy? Is that the problem, Cookie? I think the Cookie is upset.
Yeah. Anyway, to also mention a fun fact about my ex-girlfriend is that, considering that she was mostly a big fan of female characters, mainly because of how cute they can be drawn. And of course, just to also mention this, and it's relating to the reason why we broke up silently. Well, I mean, it's mainly because she started to get a little greedy. Like, she wanted me and other people, including my special age teacher, to buy her stuff that's way out of our pocket, out of our money, our money pockets. Especially with
Raquel, we have a grumpy Cookie in the chat.
Oh.
Especially wanting to get stuff for me, like Japanese material, even though they cost a lot of money. And not to mention, she wanted to get gifts off holidays and want me to get them on random days rather than special days. And it just kind of led things to have a problem. And because she was getting a little upset because I was trying to help her get back to school, because since everyone was going back in in-person school at the time, and we try to help her. Me and my stepmom try to help her out, but her and her mom try to read some of the points about the working at home, but we try to rebuttal back, So, and I mean, at first it went fine because we convinced her, but it just kind of opened a can of worms, where she kind of basically,
That's not good.
which
Yeah,
where she
yeah,
kind of
so-
started treating me a bit with disrespect a little more. I mean, she had some quirks like that, but it wasn't too major. I mean, and not to mention, we used to also role play a lot. I mean, regular no role plays, not the other kind of role play on Discord. And
I was about to say, what kind of role play are we talking about here, youngster?
no, no, it was nothing. We did My Little Pony role plays, kaiju role plays, and original content role plays.
Oh, okay.
What?
Okay, so what one of them kind of role play, huh?
Yeah.
Because winking a nudge, and say no more, say no more.
But don't worry. Oh, and by the way, I wouldn't do that kind of thing because Kate, my girlfriend was 16 and eventually became
Oh.
17.
Oh no, 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 no,
I'm sorry,
no,
what?
no, no, that.
You don't mean
bad,
right
bad,
now.
naughty, naughty, bad.
Yeah, I mean, then again, I didn't do it because, well, then again, I wasn't really flying do that at her age anyway. I mean, like, I
No,
was
no
gonna,
optic
I was,
racer, no optic racer. There's a spirit in your room. It's not Raquel humming.
Wait, hold on.
Not
Just
just
for
me.
clarification, like, you're not talking about your current girlfriend being 16.
no, I mean, she was the only girlfriend I had, but I haven't really gotten around to try out dating other people. I mean, I had a few people on Facebook, a few try to say, I'm gonna make your desires a reality and come let me see want to see my body and all that crap. I was just
Okay,
like,
basically,
what?
I'm trying to make sure you're not breaking the law. This is kind of where I'm at.
No, I wasn't trying to. I wasn't trying to or thinking about doing anything with her. I try to be my best to, be a good boyfriend without being the usual. And not to mention me and her started developing feelings as we talked to each other. Like we she one time she told me she had a dream where she was in a school full of wizards that learned magic, and I was in it. And she told me that me and her in her dream kissed, and then I was like, oh, and I told my stepmom about it, and she was like, oh, I think someone's developing feelings for you. And I was like, well, who knows? And lo and behold, one time she told me she had a crush on me, and I told her I had a crush on her too, since I was getting the same feeling as well. And so far, once we started dating, we've been really things have been swell. Since I've been trying to listen, I've been trying to be open to her to what she said, and try to tell her stuff back and try to help her out the best way I can. Then, of course, later down the line with last year, things got a little hectic. And heck, you know what the craziest thing about it is that she was telling me that me and her are gonna that we're gonna have a breakup during my birthday last year. And oh, no, not my birthday, but it was my stepmom and my stepmom's daughter and her husband's birthday, but we just combined it because we were late on that. And she kept trying to tell me about stuff, but I told her, sweetie, I'm in the middle of a party right now. And she said, really? Can you show me a picture? Don't lie to me. And I told my stepmom about that, and she was pissed at her. And she basically, I gave her put on the voice recorder and shared it on her, and let her share on her messenger. She was like, "This is Alex's mom. We're in the middle of something, and you're being rude right now." And she just replied, "What I see." And my stepmom just suggested me to just turn off my phone and put it down it was because it was kind of getting me too worried and upset because, well, I am kind of like that where I care about some people and I get worried, and when something was going on, it gets me worried that I thought I was doing something bad, but I wasn't. And then and then things just ended there. me and her haven't really talked again. I mean, there were times where I have checked on her channel from time to time, but I just don't want to risk, going through another thing, the same thing over and over again, the same thing that happened. I mean, I've been trying to move on, and I had to talk with a few friends and family of mine about that. And I was sad a couple of times where I thought about it, but I'm trying to move on. And do you know what's the craziest thing she did that I found out? Is that for a while she hasn't even responded to my messages or my teacher's messages. But you know what? When her mom told my teacher, and who was also a teacher as well, is the fact that they went to a lantern festival without even telling us at a freaking zoo. And I was like, what the hey? And I even told my buddy about it, and he was like, well, Jesus, that's crazy. She could have at least told you. And there's also other factors, but I don't want to prolong this since, well, I'm trying to move on anyway. Is it just me, or is everyone's mic all blurry?
No, I'm good.
Okay, I'm just hearing a blur. I'm just hearing some static noise because I thought something was going on with my mic.
Just uploading stuff on my computer.
Alrighty.
Growl. Grr.
Hey, who's listening to something? Because I'm hearing static in one of everyone's little
Well, I don't
boxes.
think it's me because I don't think it was me because I've been muted. So.
Okay, Darius, or is it you, Raquel?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought it was muted.
Oh, you're listening to music. Okay.
Hey, Jason Lee. How are you?
Boy. And anyway, since Fade also mentioned some shows coming back, I found another show classic show that just came back recently. And can you guess which one?
No.
I'll give you a hint. It starts with F. And it's made by Jim Henson as well.
Hey, Deranged.
Hello, everyone.
How are you?
All right. So what are we talking about?
We've been talking about
TV
multiple and history and SpongeBob and then cryptozoology.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I was about to tell everyone that there was also I love food. Just said it. Fraggle Rock. You guessed it right.
Hey, nobody.
Yeah, I just found out that Fraggle Rock came back, but for a Apple TV original series called Back to Fraggle Rock.
Hey, I saw them advertise that.
That is the only Jim Henson thing I haven't watched. Fragile Rock.
Yeah.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, the original one was funny. I don't know about the new one.
Hey, nobody. Hey, DL.
I
How
haven't
you
seen the
doing?
new one either.
Hey.
But Who
What's up,
knows?
Hey,
Jason Lee
guys.
Tucker? Welcome to the chat.
Have you guys already talked about the possibility of Hulu bringing back Futurama? The only holdout is
Yep, Babe mentioned
DiMaggio.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we started talking about that. I think we
boy.
lost you while I was talking
I
about
really hope that happens.
it. Well, they
Yeah,
were saying DiMaggio is holding off for more money.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he'll do it. I mean, you can't have Futurama without DiMaggio. So
Yeah,
Mm,
you can't have Bender without DiMaggio.
mm.
I actually
Like-
heard that I found on a little obscure site out of Hollywood that it's not about money. The money's fine. He's not happy with a lot of the woke shit. Apparently, he's looked at
well,
some.
no, he found a
scripts that-
we found a video this
episodes,
morning.
and he doesn't like them. So no, the negotiations I think are for the fact that this
Cool.
man does not want to go woke.
Well, I mean, I
No.
don't blame him.
No. Because Futurama was anything but woke.
You know,
Yeah.
I
Wow,
haven't, I
Bender
haven't
was
watched.
anything but woke. Okay,
Yeah.
if
haven't
Bender
watched-
were to lose that attitude, it's just not right.
No.
Yeah, and
I
the only
haven't-
progressive thing he's ever done, he just says he calls everyone an ass and says "bite my shiny metal ass" to anyone, no matter what skin color they are, or what
Yeah.
ethnicity they are, or what gender
Yeah.
they are.
I haven't
He's very
watched.
much a
Fu-
sexist.
I haven't watched Futurama, so
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's made by the same guy who made The Simpsons and The Iron
Ah.
Giant and the Incredibles,
Mm-hmm.
and now he even made that
It's an amazing series.
that fantasy series on his own fantasy anime series on Netflix. I forgot what it's called, but
Nobody.
In the 90s,
Long-
everyone was throwing out a new animated series, okay? And only a few of them caught. Family Guy took off. It actually made it. Robot Chicken.
American Dad.
On the fringes, it hung in there. But I'm telling you, Futurama blew up. There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot of fans, and I'm one of them.
Yeah, and yet that show was canceled 4 different times. You know that?
wow.
It switched networks and all sorts of stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Every
It's
time
like Robot Chicken.
they'd go a little too far, and the networks would get pissed off, and they'd cancel their asses. And then, seriously, just much like what happened with Family Guy, the fans would inundate them with screaming phone calls and mean letters and shit. Bring back Futurama! And eventually, some other network would pick them up. And rather, like when Cartoon picked them up, instead of just running fucking reruns,
Good
they
night,
went
pop
ahead and made
culture.
a couple more seasons.
Later, pop culture. Thanks for
Later, culture.
coming by.
Thank you for coming by. Have a good night.
I have to agree with what I've seen a lot of people say. The last episode kind of really wrapped things up. I mean, it was bittersweet.
It
It was a
did.
nice little episode.
yeah, even though
I'm
if it
not
was
sure how they're
basically
going to work around that ending episode. I
Yeah.
suppose they're always time traveling, so whatever.
I mean they literally reset time to basically reset it back into the first episode and the first events, you know. So it was basically the events of the show being repeated over and over again, but at least everything will be frozen until the last episode, multiple times again, you know.
I have to ask. I know Raquel hasn't seen it, but for the rest of you, how many Zoidberg fans are there?
Right here,
I like him.
Zoidberg, okay?
Zoidberg's my favorite character.
That's my joke.
I know all about the humans. I can't do his voice, but oh my god!
I
that
know all
one where
about the
he's
humans.
falling
Why not
into sobbing.
All right, it's fine. I do. My kind did it. I admit my kind did eat all the sardines. I'm sorry.
That's pretty close.
Hmm.
And the Zoidberg episode where he eats the flag, and has to bring in his people, and they make the mud castle and then the mud machine. That one's pretty fucking funny, man.
Yeah.
The episode about the sardines.
Give me more sardines.
Yeah, that's a good.
I'm sorry, I can't. We don't have any more. That was the last bit.
I like the episode.
More.
I like the episode where he had the body odor problem and he met the girl that couldn't smell.
Couldn't smell the smell of crab meat or alien crab meat.
And then you got her sense of smell, and she still liked it.
How am I gonna get rid of my jelly?
Yeah, certain things about the show are a little, oh God, really? Like Kip touching someone and getting impregnated. Like, wow, okay.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it was also made by the same guy that made The Simpsons, which also had some similar things that happened. So, what's there to expect?
I've been watching the old reruns of South Park on HBO Max.
Really?
Yeah. I forgot how funny some of that shit was.
Yeah. And even the video games are really good as well, especially Stick of Truth and Fractured Butthole.
South Park is good. I like South Park.
Oh,
yeah.
Those early episodes. Like, do you remember when Jim Bob and Uncle Jim Bob and what's the other one with the fucking voice on his neck? I can't remember his name. Ned. They take the kids hunting. Everything they see, it's coming right at us.
And Kenny
my favorite
gasoline.
episode. My favorite episode is the Scott Tenorman chili one.
I haven't got that far into it.
Yeah,
yet.
that one's bitchin'. That one's awesome. That's when we really find out who Cartman really is.
They're like,
Cartman's horrible, man. Horrible.
He's deranged. He has no filter either.
Yeah, and I've been listening to a lot of the songs from the South Park movie. Well, mainly Cal's Mom's a Bitch, Uncle Fucka, and La Resistance.
Yeah.
I just saw
there's a
very
song.
first appearance of Mr. Hanky.
Song.
Mr.
Shut your fucking face, Uncle Fucker.
Mr. Hanky, the Christmas
poo. And then have Cartman singing the song "Kyle's Mom's a Big Fat Bitch," and Mr. Hanky attacks him and hits him upside the head. And they're like, "Did you just throw shit?"
Well, Cal's mom's a bitch. She's a big fat bitch. She's the biggest bitch in the whole wide world. I forgot the other part. Big bitch. She's a bitch to all the boys and girls. Shut your fucking mouth, Cartman!
And I love it when he gets to the end and the bitch is standing behind him.
Well, I just like how his mom could never do any wrong, but everybody else's mom was a bitch and a whore and everything else.
Yeah.
But his mom was the actual whore, and nobody could ever say anything bad about her.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying.
Your mom's
since her
covered crack whores.
Yeah, especially since Cartman's dad was a football player, and considering that
his mom was hermaphrodite. In one episode, I thought they said she was a hermaphrodite, and
she was a hermaphrodite.
Yeah, impregnated herself.
Oh dang! Just told Cartman that she basically gave birth to him asexually.
Mm.
Hmm.
What was the one of the last episodes I saw? Big Gay Al.
Big
When
Gay Al.
Cartman's dog, or not? Was it Stan's dog that was gay?
I think so.
Yeah. That dog's going to attack his ass. Well, he's doing something to his ass. Yeah, like I said, those first episodes were really, really funny.
Are you guys there?
Mhm.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to come out and come back in. My volume is really low. I'll be back.
Alrighty.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, and funny enough, of all the adult shows that are currently that have been around for a long time, pretty much South Park is pretty much up ahead in the race of one of the few adult shows that came out before. But
I agree because they've kind of kept their hardcore nature. They haven't sold out like The Simpsons did and like
And Family Guy
did.
Well,
Those
they
shows
don't
are
need to,
garbage.
because I mean, who's the creators? They're very well off, so they don't need to really sell out.
Yeah, I mean, heck, and especially in the case of Family Guy, the only good show that's Seth MacFarlane is still making, but he still has control, is American Dad. Yeah, but of course, there's also some recent adult shows that haven't really been doing good as well. Like this one recent show called, I believe it's called Smiling Friends, I believe.
Oh yeah, I saw them advertise that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a moral question.
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 friends that just had a spat, but they left the video up. So is it okay for me to talk about it, or should I just keep my big fucking mouth shut?
I guess it just depends on the situation, to be honest.
Yeah.
Is it anybody I know?
Well,
Nobody?
I suggest you look at, that the Black Death Gaming channel that was created.
Yes.
They
How recent?
onto Chef's channel, Lindsay's channel, Boosh, Jesse again tonight while they were playing the Jason game.
Friday the
Friday
13th?
the 13th.
Anyway, what happened? Who was fighting?
If you look at,
let the man tell his
especially
story.
if you look at Chef, you can look at it. Go to Black Death Gaming. Go to it says volume 96, Chef Nation. Go to about 2 hours 14 minutes, and there's a meltdown. Oh my god!
Let me guess. Gamer Rage.
Happened? Chef had a meltdown?
Chef and Boosh got into it, and boy, God, it got ugly fast. And just when it kind of looked like things had calmed down, Jesse went off.
Jesse went off?
So, yeah.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, because like then if you go to another video that's also on there still, you'll find where Chef's dropped out. They all try to join for a moment on, I think it's Lindsay's stream, Lindsay the Cynical Geek, and it just falls apart within minutes again. And like I said, Jesse gets really pissed off. It's not cool. Wow. Like I said, I probably shouldn't have said shit, but I mean, they left the videos up. So it's not like it is what it is. Anyone can see it.
The way I see it is if they left the videos up, it's free game to talk about.
True, but I hope things, I hope things.
I guess that's what I'm trying to say. I do want to say this. I'm not taking any fucking sides. I've made up my mind not to take no sides in this at all.
No,
I'm just
no.
Probably best when it comes to Jesse not to take any sides.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just let things, cool down, and let cooler heads prevail and stuff like that. Let sleeping dogs
Hopefully.
lie.
That's kind of where I'm at. Hopefully it'll just blow over, and within a day or so they'll be gaming again.
Yeah,
the stupid thing is, the whole argument started over whether or not you used inverted controls.
Inverted controls?
Yep.
On the controller?
And that's right. And most people, actually, the good players, do use inverted controls. And Boost kind of said, "Oh, you people are broken, blah, blah." And then I don't know what the hell happened, but it just got crazier and crazier and crazier.
I'm not much of a pro gamer, but when you say inverted controls, you mean on the actual controller, right?
That's right. They offer you the option when you're on screen. Do you want inverted controls in settings, right? Just about any system has this. And if you learn to use Flight Simulator first. Any flight simulators or jet fighter or even space kind of fucking stuff, you'll learn very quickly that it's much easier to control a ship with inverted controls. That will lead, after you get used to it, that will lead to you using it in just about everything. And trust me, you're going to be a way better player.
Okay, like I said, I'm not like a pro gamer or anything, so I want to sound like stupid right here, right now, but what are converted controls?
Up is down,
generally,
down is
before
up.
you even start a game, or you can stop and hit menu or something, right? And you go into it, and there it is, controls. And you can hit inverted controls, and it changes everything. The game's so much easier to play. For a lot of people, anyway. I mean, I think it's a left brain, right brain thing. I'm not sure.
Simplest way to
explain it. But I found that inverted controls work wonderful for me. I do use a joystick on my PC when I'm gaming, and I use inverted controls. Sorry.
That's sorry. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
First game I started playing on PC, nobody was the X-Wing game, and I had a joystick that I used inverted controls on. That was so much easier to play that game.
That was a gooder.
I had X-Wing and I had TIE Fighter.
Guys, another game I really miss. I know
I had the editor.
Almost 20 years old now, but do you guys remember Battlefield and Battlefield 2 for Star Wars? I love those games, man.
Yeah.
I had a big screen TV and all the shit. And, that was great game.
Yeah. I mean, heck, Battlefront 2 is the best out of all of them.
Nobody. I had
number 2 is
X-Wing. I had X-Wing and I had TIE Fighter, and I had the editors for both games, so I would make my own missions.
Dude, it's like, I hate to say it, but it's a little like the pineapple on pizza fucking argument. You're never going to win.
If you like it on there, you like it. If you don't, you don't. I mean, not everybody's going to like pineapple on pizza. So.
Yeah. And since we're talking about Star Wars Battlefront a little bit, do you know what's my favorite? I haven't played the game myself, but watching some walkthroughs of it on YouTube. Do you know what my favorite levels of the campaign were?
Mm-mm.
Well, the first was the level where you're on Mustafar trying to kill a Geonosian who survived Vader's efforts to wipe out the remnants of the CIA, and you get to fight battle droids as the Empire. And the other is the Clone Rebellion on Kamino level, where you're basically fighting clone troopers created by the Kaminoans, who want to defy the Empire's stock on new troops, and they have to bring Boba Fett into the fray too, but since he knows about Kamino since he grew up and was raised there, and basically the Okan's reason.
So much fun.
Yeah,
The
and
best
also
thing
the
to do
Okan.
if you had a really big TV was to get 4 controllers going, bring in some friends, start a party, pop some corn, get the cold beers out, roll the joints. Everybody sits down, grabs a controller, and away you fucking go. You could fight each other for supremacy over all of the planets and shit. Oh my god, that game was fun. It could take days to win one of those supremacy battles.
Yeah, and not to mention on PC, there's a lot of mods for it too. Like there's skin mods and new original map mods and weapon mods and new class mods as well. And it ain't just limited to the EU material.
Looked. Of course, I have Steam, so I could look it up. But just out of curiosity, you could tell me if you know. Is it on Steam?
Yeah, it's on Steam.
Because a lot of those old games are.
Yeah, and GLG.
Far out. I'm gonna have to try it.
Yeah, mine.
I remember that one. No, I'm thinking of Good Game Online. Which is defunct.
Hello, Jason Lee. I see you're here, but you are muted. Have nothing to add to the conversation?
Hey, Jason.
Hey, what's going on, guys? I just was gonna pop in a little bit. I'm a little under the weather. I've been got some bad allergies lately, so that's why I ain't gonna come on camera.
That's understandable.
Yeah, it looks like my eyes are like bloodshot red. It looks like I smoked a whole line of crack. Yeah, I've been bad. The allergies been really bad lately. Boba Fett. Everybody talking about Boba Fett. That wonderful show we just had.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we were talking about Boba Fett earlier.
Yeah, I give that episode a 0.5 out of 5.
Well, what?
It did not lead the story forward at all.
Yeah.
It actually backtracked the storyline. Well, and though the action was good, and I dug the Rancor, that was freaking amazing.
Oh yeah, me too.
Yes. Well, tomorrow night, me and Austin there, we got a tribute to the Book of Boba Fett. So if y'all want to check it out tomorrow night, 11.
Hey,
11 o'clock.
you putting people on your panel tomorrow night, Jason Lee? Because I'll come by if you are.
Yeah. We'll start off real quick. We're gonna do a little tribute to the Boba Fett show. We got to Dave Filoni and the Boba Fett show got a little tribute. I made a little tribute video for him, so we're gonna start out with that. Do a little peacemaker, and then we'll start talking other stuff.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, hey, even if the ending wasn't the best, but then again, at the same time, in comparison to the sequel trilogy, it's still better in comparison, to be honest.
Yeah, it had its good parts and bad parts.
Oh yeah, indeed.
It was,
but for the most part, I still enjoyed it for mainly Boba Fett becoming a crime lord. And even
there
if he
was
would
absolutely no reason for the Luke Grogu story at all.
Yeah.
They completely Alastair, hold on. I'm trying to make a point here.
Sorry.
Jason Lee. I mean, you have to admit there was no point for the Luke Grogu story at all.
Well, they just did that from they got everybody watching again because it was getting to the point it was getting to the point it was lower than anything like what would I even think, like UPN or something type ratings. It got really bad. I mean, it was like I was getting to the point I didn't even want to watch it. And then I got everybody excited, everybody got tuned in, and then they sort of just
no. See, I feel like I got bait and switch, dude.
Oh yeah, you got bait and switch.
5th and 6th episode were fucking amazing. And then I go to watch the finale thinking, okay, well, this has got to be what happens. And they fucking bait and switched me, dude. Like,
I mean, like I said, the action was great. The action was fucking amazing. And I loved seeing Mando and Boba fight together.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Wait. I gotta lay off the dope. I'm watching and listening to this really intelligent chicken.
Yeah.
That chicken, yeah. Well, I mean, if it's that one, let me see. There's
no worse than
we got this one
yeah.
here. Well, there you got that chicken.
Well, yeah, Jason Lee's got all the good chickens, man.
Oh, we got that chicken.
And that right there, that's serious business chicken. I'm gonna name this chicken Jason Lee. This is serious.
Yeah, it looks
business
like
chicken.
That's Vince McMahon chicken right there. I want to put him more of that.
Well, I call it serious business chicken.
Yeah.
I call
Serious
it serious
business chicken is about to
Here's
pop
the-
your ass.
And there's the alien. There's the chicken from Alien.
Yeah. And to also mention this, you know what the one word that I'm surprised that they end up using in the show is they use the word daimyo for the Hutts ruling each palace and each Moss city in Tatooine, and I had a bit of decent prior knowledge on that word, and it's the name usually the name of Japanese political house heads.
Right. And because sometimes the Hutts somewhat have a Japanese aesthetic if you pay attention.
Mm-hmm. And I learned that word from For Honor.
I learned that word from history class.
Oh.
I studied Japanese history.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they really failed that last episode. You know what they could have did from episode 5 and 6. They just. I think I texted on Max's channel. It says either this is going to be an epic thing for Star Wars or an epic fail, and to me, it was an epic fail.
It shit the bed, man. And you know me, I usually try to be nice about this shit. I'm the fan that doesn't bitch, okay?
Yeah, it's just.
But dear Jesus, what the hell was that?
Well,
Yeah.
and Bubba and Anna says, "Well, I don't think we're up to this being on Tatooine as the crime bosses." So I was like, "Oh, you took the whole season to figure that out."
Yeah.
In 2 episodes, you wasn't even in. So.
And
So,
I also
like
seen
now. That being said, all the negative being said, though, I will say a few positives. If you give me a minute.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I liked watching the Black Krasana fight with the Trandoshans, because if you know anything about Wookiees and Trandoshans, they hate each other.
Oh yeah, Philly, I know.
That was an amazing fight because he got drugged down by like 8 fucking Trandoshans and still made it. I mean, wow. Because those lizardy fucks usually, skin Wookiees and keep their pelts,
Oh yeah, since they're hunters, big game hunters for the most part as well, along
and
mercenaries.
But I think the whole another somewhat negative, but also somewhat of a positive, because I do like seeing Grogu every time I get to see him, because I like the little fucker. Okay,
Me too.
but I think that he was okay. You remember in Return of the Jedi, not Return of the Jedi, Empire Strikes Back, when Luke goes to save Han and Leia and ends up having to be the one to be saved.
Yeah.
Grogu goes to help Mando, or to go find Mando, and ends up being a hindrance to Mando, because the moment that he had to start protecting the baby, he suddenly started fucking up in the fight.
Oh yeah, because he was all over the place in this episode. Like he didn't know what was going on.
Well, but you have to admit, when the fight first started, he didn't know Grogu was there. He was fighting like a badass.
But the pikes were so weak,
flying around on his fucking jetpack, shooting shit. Man, I love those kneecap fucking missiles that Boba had.
Yeah.
Like he was bringing up his knee and firing off missiles. Those were fucking cool.
But they made the pikes so weak looking. They look like a bunch of dumb stormtroopers out there. They wasn't like I was expecting a war like thing. And to me, we brought 2 spider droids from like old ancient spider droids from the original trilogy, or was before that.
I have a pitch for a show. I
thought they were called Scorpion droids.
They're Scorponok droids, yes.
Yeah,
but Scorponok assault droids.
Scorponok droids, yeah. But
But no, I have an interesting idea for a pitch for a show, and I heard this on another channel the other day. And if I could remember who it was, I'd give them the credit for it. But what if this Disney Plus show pitch? What if they did a show called The Grogu and Rancor Adventures?
Oh yeah, I remember you said that. I thought it was funny. I even showed my dad that, and he thought it was funny too.
Well, because the Rancor, I mean, like Grogu put the Rancor to sleep, and that was a huge Rancor. That Rancor was twice the size of the one Jabba had.
You know they're going to make a Grogu show by us. You know they're doing an I Am Groot show on for Marvel, so you know they're going to do I Am Grogu show. You know that's the next thing they're going to do. It's just I don't know.
Food.
I am Groot.
Yeah, I was just expecting so much more. You know, it's just the battle wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting some more characters to come in.
Well, honestly, and I have to go back to an older TV show just to make a point with this. When a show's winding down that you really like, and you're especially if you're expecting like a big battle or whatever, it oftentimes does not come out like you think it will.
No.
And I say that because I used to watch the show Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Okay, and the final episode of season 7 was an episode called Chosen. And Buffy and the other Slayer girls were the other wannabe Slayer, well, not wannabes, the potential Slayers, before Willow used magic to turn them all into Slayers, were fighting the first in his army of Tora Khan, which were super vampires. And, I thought that there was going to be a whole lot more character deaths. I thought there was going to be a whole lot more, like, just more gravitas to the episode. And we had, like, 3 characters die. A bunch of potential Slayers I had no connection to die, and then nothing basically.
Yeah. Well, even like the Cad Bane thing, we was talking about this on a Basco channel the other day.
Cad Bane went out like a bitch.
I was pissed the way they did that. But if you look at him now, his light's still blinking. So.
Yeah, well, he may not be dead. He may not be dead. Yeah,
because I don't know. He's part rope. That's what I was trying to get. They were like Ninja and all them. They know all this Star Wars lore. And I said, is he all human? Is he part machine and all that stuff? Because you don't see it because, Wonderful Disney Plus, you don't see no blood or enough. So, when you expand down, you don't like he's bleeding or nothing. So, like Boba just poked a piece of plastic, poked it in, poked out because you didn't see nothing, I mean, you didn't see like he was injured.
We definitely know Cobb Vanth is still alive.
Yeah. Well, I'm worried about that because you see who's with him out there at the bathroom. The guy's getting his blowtorch out there. So I'm just like, oh shit, we're gonna have a Cable now. They're gonna make him look like Cable from freaking Marvel or something.
They might, dude.
I was like, God Almighty, I can't imagine what they'll make him look like. The birth of Cable in Star Wars.
But Cobb Vanth is still alive. Now he may end up getting cyborgized or whatever.
Yeah,
but so it's not much of a stretch to believe that, that Cad Bane could still be alive. But about that, because like in shows like that, in movies, Star Wars especially, unless you see the body cremated, you can't count that he's dead.
Even those 2 pigs that fell off the cliff, they could be still alive. I don't doubt it, but you never know.
Now, do I think it would be kind of cheap if they brought Cad Bane back later on? Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I didn't like that. I just didn't like.
See,
that.
I had an idea for a show last night, for a Star Wars Disney Plus show, and I'd like to find out who I could pitch it to. Has anybody ever seen the show American Horror Story?
Yeah, I haven't, but I've seen commercials of it on.
Okay, well, you know how each season is a different story.
Yeah.
Well, I had an idea for call it Tales of Star Wars or Tales of the Jedi or something like that, but have each season be a different time period and just do 10 episodes in a time period. That way, all the people that want to see different time periods from Star Wars could go could get their time periods that they want to see. I mean, you don't have to completely leave like the modern timeline, but you could do a couple of seasons in the modern timeline or in the whatever timeline that whatever they consider this timeline.
Yeah.
But you could also do stuff like in the Old Republic, or during the High Republic, or during the Sith War, or you could do a story that's 1,000 years into the future. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just think it'd be an awesome idea. What do you think of that, Jason Lee?
I mean, that would be cool. It'd be sort of like a what if, they could do like a what if too, on Star Wars. I've seen somebody.
Well, they,
post that.
in the comics, in the Star Wars comics, back in the early 2000s, they did what they called it was Star Wars Infinities, which was their what if label, and they did infinities. They did infinities for each one of the original Star Wars movies. They did one for New Hope, they did one for Empire, and they did one for Return.
Yeah.
And those were interesting stories. Like in one of them, fucking Yoda crashes the Death Star into Coruscant.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we have Star Wars Visions, but that's more of an animated mythology.
Yeah, that's
an anthology.
That's not a canon or anything. Oh, it's just
I know,
but I'm thinking people would enjoy that. Like I said, do each season as a different time period or following a different group of people or whatever. You just call it Star Wars Tales or something like that.
Yeah,
you remember the old anthology novels that they used to do for Star Wars? They had Tales of the Bounty Hunters, Tales of the Empire.
But you know what they want everything canon now. They want everything connecting to this, connecting to that, and
and a contradiction.
Fun. You could connect this story, these seasons with whatever. You could connect them up however you want to do it.
Yeah,
and you can make every season canon.
They've just dropped so many landmines throughout through the whole area. It's hard. When you think you got something positive going, it's like, damn it, what the hell? That's why I wonder if Kathleen Kennedy got into this. I'm like pissed at Filoni, but I'm wondering, did she get in there and start twiddling? Twiddling.
She probably did.
Because Luke Skywalker should have been in this episode too. Because now, see, I was expecting. Han Solo and Ben Solo to show up, at the end. Luke drops Grogu off, and he sees Ben. Says, "Well, you might be he might not take him now, but he, says you might be a future, you might come to my future, my future Jedi temple or something in the future. It doesn't take him at the moment because somebody said the time, the time age, but." I'm not sure exactly. I'd have to ask Ninja or not because he knows the time how old he was and all. But just would have brought that little sprinkle there. And Crimson Dawn wasn't in there at all. I was expecting them. That's why I said the Pikes were just. You see them in the animated series and they're like badasses, man. You're like, and they're like maybe like the Hell's Angels, and we got these little speed biker guys. That's what I'm just saying. They just wasn't what they should have been, and all them little Power Ranger kids. You had Chris Brown there doing his little moves, and the girl looked like she had the Misfits shirt on. I mean, it was just a joke. I think there was so many stupid things they put in there.
Well, I mean, they definitely humped the bed with this one. I will give you that. Another thing I liked about the episode is the very end when Mando's got him up in that little bubble on the Starfighter.
Yeah.
And he's banging on the Starfighter. Mando's like, no. And then he looked annoyed. Awesome. Each time he would bang on the thing, he looked even more annoyed. Like,
yeah. So I guess that's going to go. I don't even think I doubt if Boba Fett's going to be in Mando 3. So we probably won't see Boba Fett again unless they do a season 2. I mean, he might show up, whenever get them all together with Ahsoka. I think they're going to have some show at the end where all of them combined. So, I mean, if this rumors are true, they're supposed to have Thrawn come back, Ezra, and all that. So I would like to see some of them. Even if Thrawn would have showed up at the end, we'd be like. And they were like, "Oh shit!"
Think about it. If it had ended up with like Thrawn showing up in a Star Destroyer or something,
that would have been fire. I mean, that would have made people hell. That would have made people, instead of throwing trash at this series, they'd be like, "Hell yeah, we're ready for Mando 3." Now I'm like, I'm worried about Mando 3 after the ending of this.
I said something about they were probably going to end this episode on a cliffhanger. I would have been happier had they ended it on a cliffhanger.
Yeah, it's like Thrawn. You just see that big ass Star Destroyer show up, and you just zoom up in there real close, and you see that blue. You don't just see his face, that blue, right? He's looking down. That's all.
Or maybe you even just see him in the shadows and see his red eyes.
Exactly, it's all they needed, and it would like boom. It'd be like everybody be like, Thrawn is coming December 2022, whenever Mando 3 is coming.
Or, you know, have them show up, have like the Star Destroyer show up and it starts bombarding the surface of Tatooine with laser fire.
Exactly.
And then you like you said, you kind of arc up to the Star Destroyer and it takes you into a close up in the bridge and you see Thrawn's eyes, just his eyes in the shadows.
Well, exactly. Well, it's like if Bubba's gonna have to leave the planet now, so what is he gonna do now? I mean, he's pretty much. I didn't like it. He's walking around smiling at people, and it's like they should have played like a Disney sing-along song at the end. It was like, I'm like, who is he going to fight? There's nobody left. The Hutts, I guess they didn't do nothing with the Hutts. They took off and they never came back.
Unpopular opinion. I think they cucked Boba Fett in this show.
Oh, they made him look like a bitch. I'm sorry for the language, but that's what they did. I mean, he looks. I mean, they ruined his character.
But even at that, I have buddies on certain streams that I've been on that loved it. And I was cool that they loved it. I didn't try to make it, make them sound like idiots for loving it. Because if you want to love this thing, it's fine. There were parts of it I liked too. But I tell you what, I'm not going to let them bait and switch me again. Fuck that. If Mando season 3 comes out and it's balls, I'm done.
Well, that's what I think. See, we're at the beginning. It was slow. But I was and everybody was bitching about the visions, the visions he had in the bathroom tank, and I didn't have a problem with that because I enjoyed that when he got they went into the sand people and started how they're called. I actually enjoyed that. I thought that was pretty cool, and and I was and pretty much I was expecting some sand people to show up at the end. I didn't think the one with the training with the stick. I didn't think she was killed. I wasn't sure, because they didn't really show her body, when the thing. So I was expecting maybe she would come back and there would be a couple, maybe a couple of tribes of sand people would help him out. See, that's what I would have liked. And, boom, you just, once you, okay. And I just like the speeder game. I hated that with the speeder game back because we were assuming that he killed, they were the ones that killed the Tuskens. And, he did that cheap kill. He just shot him on the plane. Everybody's like, oh, that was cool.
Yeah.
But I wanted to see him going into the bar and then roughing a bunch of them up like, Boba Fett should have been. And then chased them out of the bar. And then they had taken off his speeder. He'd have gotten his slave one and just then took the rest of them out. That would have been a cool scene.
Also, another thing, and I know this is just a nitpick, really, because I know Boba really doesn't care about the whole Mandalorian thing because he really doesn't consider himself one. But Mando came to help him. Mando was risking his life to help Boba Fett do this thing.
Mm-hmm.
And when Mando looked at him and said, "This is the way," he should have answered him back, regardless of whether he believed in the Mandalorian thing or not.
Yeah. And really, and I'm glad we didn't see it, but we didn't get that Rancor training. He never got, I guess it was behind. I guess we'll get that for behind the scenes, a Disney Plus special or something. Him training the Rancor, riding the Rancor for 30 minutes. So, but it was just like that's where I was expecting, and then they popped those 2 episodes in, because I'm gonna ride this Rancor and all this, and then they popped that episode with Luke Skywalker and the Mando, and it was like, holy crap, that's what I was expecting. And I enjoy, that's what I say. It was just like they threw that. That's what I was telling Basket.
Oh, and
we got served 2 steak dinners, and then we got steak at the end, but it was served with dog food. So I mean, it was the thing.
And also,
parts in it, but it just
is this a nitpick, or did it seem like to you they cucked the Darksaber too?
Oh yeah,
because whenever he used it against the Scorponok droid, it didn't do much, and that's supposed to be an OG elite weapon. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
And it basically they let Grogu fucking destroy the droid by pulling a bolt out of its knee. I mean,
oh yeah.
Hey, Six, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry.
They basically cucked Boba. They cucked the Darksaber. They completely I don't know. Boba was a cuck, but he was also disrespectful, in my opinion, to the Mandalorian. Like I said,
yeah.
Din Djarin showed up to help him. Didn't have to, but showed up to help him. And instead of, answering back with an affirmative, he just kind of, whatever, kid, what the hell was that?
And I can't, the mechanic lady, I cannot stand, I can't stand her character. And then they put the guy that was the interpreter or the whatever he's the guy that was annoying. Yeah. Oh my God. I was hoping they would have blasted him. Then I was like, and he survived. I was like, God.
I wanted to strangle him with his own Leku.
Oh my God. And then they had the two together, and they were like, oh, they were screaming together. Like I was like, oh my God.
It's like, oh my God, why?
And when then Mando, this is what got me. Mando, when they had did the King Kong scene when the Rancor's up there on the tower, and he had something. He looked like King Kong, like he was holding the girl from King Kong. And he was like, "Ooh, we're screaming, holler." And the Mando's like, "Oh, don't do that! Don't shoot him! You're scaring him." He said that soft voice, and I'm like, "Oh my God!" I'm like, it just did not do nothing for me. That's what I said. I like bits and pieces of this. That's what I got stuff I wanted to see out of the series, but it was just like, it just was. They ruined. They just ruined that experience for me with all the other stuff they put in there.
Well, like I said, remember I told you the other night when I was on your show, I hadn't intended on watching Boba Fett. I had no interest in it, and then I got the member berry with episode 5 and episode 6, and I went, okay, well I'll give it a chance, and then boom, they cucked me at the end of the show.
Well, exactly.
And you know me, I'm a Star Wars fan regardless. Mm-hmm. And I normally don't bitch, but even this is making me go, oh man, come on. Why?
Well, even Mando, not every episode of Mando was the greatest, but it wasn't bad where he was like, just put a, sour. I mean, there was so many episodes in here that just made you want to gag, especially when they introduced the Powerpuff Kids or the Power Ranger kids. God.
Yeah, or the Spy Kids game.
Spy Kids, Powerpuff Kids, whatever you want to call them.
Well, what I didn't, like I said, they basically made the end of Mandalorian season 2 nothing.
Pointless, to be precise.
Why the hell?
Exactly.
Why the hell
where's
did
Luke? Now we're gonna bring Luke back in, and that was a thing I heard that Kathleen Kennedy wanted to kill that. She did not like that thing with Luke Skywalker coming because she does not like Luke Skywalker. That's because her ass is what we got in The Last Jedi. Oh, and if you're a theme park fan, you used to see that crap they got up at Disney World, the hotel. They got a hotel. They're supposed to be a Star Wars cruiser thing. It looks like the outside of it, because they got it hidden, because the outside of it looks like a Motel 6 with no paint on it. But I guess the inside's got technology, cool little things. But the problem is the stuff they have in there is like what it was cool 10 years ago, but now it's sort of outdated. I was looking at it, $6,000 a night per person. You gotta go 2 nights. And they transport you they pretend like you're in a starship. They go to the galaxy's edge, and they got you in a box truck, a box truck, so like a Ryder box truck. They transport you. I'm like, and the problem is the captain in the starship is a blue Kathleen Kennedy character. It looks just like her. But
I've seen her.
I was like, what garbage, man.
And see, this is the difference. And it's the difference I tried to make the other night on a stream, and I got called a Disney simp. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The difference in Lucasfilm, and I think you and I, Jason Lee, we talked about this the other night. The difference in Star Wars, what's going on with Star Wars, and what's going on with Marvel right now, is Kevin Feige's a strong leader over at Marvel.
Oh, exactly.
And unfortunately, at Star Wars, and that's why Marvel isn't suffering as bad as Star Wars is,
because they're not. Because they're not. Oh, sorry. Because they're not. Because there's management in Marvel Studios.
Because they asked me the other night on the stream. They asked me. They said, "Well, what are you looking forward to in pop culture?" And I said, "I'm looking forward to Doctor Strange 2." Well, immediately I got dogpiled, sort of, by people telling me, "Oh, it's gonna suck," woke Marvel. And it's going to be bad because they're doing reshoots. And I said, no, the reshoots are a positive thing.
They're adding stuff to it.
They're adding stuff based off of. They're adding stuff based off of what happened with Spider-Man: No Way Home.
Exactly.
And they pushed it back too much for a couple of reasons. For one, they were supposed to come out in March, but the Batman's coming out in March. So instead of getting run over by the Batman, which they know everybody's going to want to watch, because everybody watches fucking Batman movies.
Yeah.
Because who doesn't like them?
They moved it back to May.
The Batman is a thing. It's going to do the good first week, but it's depending how it is. If it bad.
I think it might do good the first couple of weeks actually, and then
I mean it's going to be with reviews because a lot of people are iffy about it. They're a little iffy about the Riddler situation and and what's his name doing Batman. So
I think Pattinson's going to nail it, dude.
Well, I mean, so I'm saying I want to see it. I'm excited about it. I want to see it, but it's one of those if you go in there and spend 3 hours because it's going to be a 3-hour film. If you go
and
in
one
there
of the guys over at the Poindexter Lounge, I think his name's Austin.
Yeah.
He said that somebody has already spoiled the movie for him because he asked them to. Somebody that saw it in early viewing or whatever.
Yeah.
And he said it. He even said it's going to be amazing.
Okay, well, I hope it is. I don't want it. What's the problem is I don't want it to fail because goddamn, we're gonna have the 4th, 5th reboot of Batman in 10 years. It's gonna be kind of well. I mean, their whole universe is screwed up as anyway. Because how are you gonna connect everybody? I mean, they're gonna I know they're gonna flashpoint everything, but I mean, maybe Flash should come over to Star Wars and Flashpoint some of that too.
But I made the point. The same point I made on your show the other night, talking about if you're not a fan of something, if you're a fan of something and you get upset with it, put it away for a while. Walk away from it. Put it on the shelf. Don't get it back down until you're ready for it again. It's just like I've done with Star Trek. I hate new Trek, and so I've walked away from Star Trek.
Old school Star Trek for me. Yeah.
But what was funny is the same people who were getting mad at me for liking Marvel movies, when I said I didn't like New Trek, went off on me.
Oh.
They were basically being hypocrite because
it's not really that is the thing about is us being in YouTube, we've sort of got where we get really picky on movies. Well, like back in the day, we really didn't. We just saw a preview and the hell we liked it. I mean, a lot of those films back in the 80s and 90s, God, if we'd have come to these panels back then of some of them old, like even the old Star Treks, boy, we'd have chopped it up to hell because there's all kind of errors, but we enjoyed it because we're fans of it,
But that's the problem, and I've said this all week, Jason Lee, and I don't think you can disagree with me if you want to, but the problem with fandom these days is there's way too much expectation put on everything.
Yeah.
People don't enjoy anything anymore. They don't come in to enjoy something. They don't look at something and take it for face value. And I still try to, because I'm still the fan now that I was 20 years ago. Okay. I haven't changed. Now, if something changes and I don't like something in a franchise, then I'll walk away from it for a little bit. Like I said, I've walked away from Star Trek. Exactly. And I may actually go back here soon because Strange New Worlds is coming out, and I want that show to succeed. But that's beside the point. But I have never been one. And even if I didn't like something, I didn't tell my friends who liked it they were stupid.
No. Everybody has their own opinion. That's what's good about that's ain't cool about.
And I'm okay. Look, I'm perfectly okay if you watch something and don't like it. Okay, I'm cool with that. I will because I sat there with Pop Culture Curator the other night and we agreed he didn't like things and I didn't like things and we were going to leave it at that, and that's fine.
Yeah.
If you can have a good debate about something,
hey, that's
without yelling at each other, that's different. But when the first words out of your mouth is attack, simp this and simp that, that's fucking stupid, man.
Well, you shouldn't be attacking the person talking about it. Okay, you can attack. Okay, if I'm saying I'm attacking Star Wars, I can attack, but I shouldn't be attacking you. You have your opinion. I have my opinion. It's like last year. I didn't like it, but I go back and still watch it again because it's just, it's one of the things. And I have hope, when George Lucas went back and re-edited his films, I'm hoping, got some hope. I still have a little hope that Disney will go back in there and they'll re-edit it a little bit, maybe,
But hopefully. I think the problem, Jason Lee, though, is that for the most part, fandom has become toxic everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Because there's the few of us out here that are going, hey, what really the biggest thing that bothers me, and it's not even being called a simp that bothers me that much. I mean, I don't like it, but whatever. Okay, because I don't simp for anybody.
No, it's your opinion. Nobody should be calling you out. If they want to call out the show, that's fine. They shouldn't be calling people in the panel out.
But the thing about it is, the thing that I have a problem with is instead of letting a property speak for itself, they hear Disney is putting this out, and it's automatic hate. And
And what that
Yeah.
does, whether they know it or not, and I'm sure they do know it because it's why they do it, is the moment that hate starts, you may have had somebody who was really looking forward to that, but because they're hearing all this hate in their head, they're like, well, maybe I really shouldn't go bother that. And I will prove that with something that I did, okay, with a story from my life, all right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's something that Enosh over at Point Extra Lounge brought up too. I hated Solo because everybody else hated Solo. Okay. And I did not bother to go watch it. I heard hate on it. And I was like, well, fuck it. I'm not even going to bother, you know?
Yeah. It was funny. I enjoyed that film. It's
let me
weird. I
finish.
enjoyed
Let
it.
me
I know
finish.
it's
Let me finish.
Yeah.
So I'm a purist. Okay. Even if I don't want to watch something, if it's part of a franchise I love, I'll watch it anyway. Because you never know when you might miss something that'll come up later in a different show or a different movie or whatever. I've learned that with Marvel, you know. But so about 3 months ago, I was sitting there looking through Star Wars stuff, and I was like, and I looked at Solo, and I was like, well, God, I wanted new Star Wars content that I hadn't watched, and none of the shows were ready yet.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there like, and I'm going through Star Wars content, and I'm like, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna watch Solo. Why not? I haven't seen it. I mean, I'd heard back in the day things that went on in it and everything, but I didn't. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care if you spoil something for me because I'm going to watch it anyway, you know. But so I went and I sat through Solo, and I sat through Solo with an open mind. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I ended up actually liking that movie.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, I also liked Rogue One, and a lot of people don't like it either.
I like Rogue One. Yes.
I like Rogue One too.
I mean, that hallway scene with Vader was just fucking eye candy, man.
That made the film. The movie was good even without that, but it was that made it better.
And I like KSO. He was cool, the droid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, me too. He really is a droid with some great ninja moves. You know,
I really though I ended up liking Solo.
Mm-hmm.
But but I could have experienced it years ago had I not let other people influence my idea. And so I fight against that now. I'm like, and I told those people in that chat the other day, I said, hey, it's fine if you don't like something, but don't sit here and just fucking bullywump on it so people go, K2SO. Thank you, Darius.
Yeah.
Is
Darius in here?
Yeah, Darius
No,
is in
it's Moira.
Oh, okay.
The Darius on the panel is Moira.
Oh, okay.
The Darius in the chat, the real Darius.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, you know, so I'm sitting there, and I told him on the day, I was like, look, guys, it's okay if you don't like something, but don't fuck it up for somebody else. Yeah. Because they were sitting there in the chat. They were sitting there in the chat going, oh, nobody should watch that piece of shit movie, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no, man, come on.
Yeah. I mean, who are they to think that they're the boss to everyone? They can go around tell everyone around what they should like and what they shouldn't.
What was that, Raquel?
Everyone has different tastes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Problem with poor Solo, it got screwed double. I mean, the fandom Bob Iger should have delayed the film and did it in December instead of when he did it.
Yeah, since that was still around when The Last Jedi was still hated.
Yeah, so that was a bad thing there. And then second, he put it in between Deadpool 2 and was it the Avenger, the Infinity War? But then in between, they put it right in between. Like one was 1 week and then it was in the middle, and so it just crushed it. You know, it was like no way it was going to get its money back. I mean, it didn't do as bad as it could have did, but if they would have delayed it till December, it probably would have. It may not have made $1 billion, but it would probably made double what it made. And it wasn't that bad. I mean, it had errors in it, but it wasn't that bad of a film. I mean, you could bitch about little nitpick stuff on it, but it wasn't as bad as everybody thought. And then Rogue One was really good. I don't know what people bitch about Rogue One. That's what everybody complains about this Andor show coming out. I want to see it. But I haven't seen no advertisements about it. I'm just like, God, I hope they don't bury the show before it even comes out. I know they're supposed to have already a season 2 on it signed, but I would actually like to see it. It could be one of the best Star Wars series there. Everybody's already bashing it. I know because everybody wants the Obi-Wan Kenobi series. What's if that Obi-Wan Kenobi series is bad, then it's going to be some troubled times in Star Wars if it does come out bad. But who knows?
Yeah. And not to mention, hopefully once it reaches its season final, hopefully it'll be a bit more better and handled better.
Well,
compared to Boba Fett's ending.
Well, I mean, you could. Well, you pretty much know what's gonna happen in Obi-Wan because I mean, it's gonna end up where New Hope, sort of what begins. So I mean, he ain't gonna die. They can't kill him in it. So if they kill him in it, that's gonna be it'll be kind of it will be kind of now they do say that him and Vader might. Oh God! If they kill Obi-Wan Kenobi, I mean, people would go. They'll go take.
They could kill him and clone him. That's all I'm saying.
Oh my God! Yeah. Oh my God! They're gonna be hate streams for the next 4 months if that happens. But
4 months.
Oh my God!
Oh God!
Oh my God! You don't know. These especially like.
Let me make a perfect point to you. When did The Last Jedi come out?
It came out
a few years ago.
2 years ago.
2017.
2017, yeah.
And we're still hearing bullshit about Last Jedi.
Yeah.
Yeah. If Obi-Wan.
So if they kill Obi-Wan and make him a clone, it's probably going to be the next 10 years.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
And we're just little guys here. I'm talking about the big channel. You will have geeks and gamers. They'll be be streaming 24/7 on this. Them and Doomcock and all them. They'll be like 24/7 on that if that actually happens.
And of course, knowing that the culture war will also end up being fueled as well, especially with side.
You'll have all those big dogs, man. I mean, you will have us. We'll probably be doing a little small streams, but God, your big streams be 24/7. Just hate. That happens.
I'm already aggravated with the Geeks and Gamers crowd again anyway.
How come?
They're bitching about this new Lord of the Rings thing before it comes out.
Oh, the one
you realize that doesn't take place anywhere near the Lord of the Rings movies. That's taking place. The Lord of the Rings movies was the 5th age. This show's taking place during the 2nd age, the time of heroes. Okay? Mm-hmm. There is no reason to bitch and moan. This is an entirely different timeline that this story is taking place in at an earlier age. Give it a fucking chance before you bitch because it has a female character as one of the mains.
Yeah. I can see this for the upcoming TV show, sort of. I mean, the Halo community is whining and moaning because of some stuff in the continent, but even though
the Halo community is whining and moaning because of Cortana. They can kiss my ass on that too.
Yeah. And all because of some stuff like making Master Chief being part of another Spartan team called Silver Team and having a human in the Covenant, human that was adopted by the Covenant, and apparently making Captain Jacob Keyes and Miranda Keyes black and all that stuff, even though it's literally a alternate universe. And I had one person told me, but it still needs to look like Halo, and I'm just like, honestly, what even is considered Halo? Because Halo's style has always been changing, and Halo's always trying out different things all the time. I mean, it went
Did anybody ever watch Red versus Blue?
I have. I've been a long-time fan.
About that. Nobody bitched about that.
Oh, yeah.
I love Fu said he's reading The Hobbit.
Yeah.
Now. I need to read that book.
Yeah.
Well, the books are always better. The books are better.
I'm reading the Silmarillion right now, too.
He heard complaining about the description of Gadriel in Amazon's Lord of the Rings wearing full-plated armor. Okay.
Yeah.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, elves wear full plate sometimes, even Gladriel.
Only thing I'm gonna tell Amazon on this is, I'll check it out because I love the Lord of the Rings movies and all that. But they better not piss the Lord of the Rings big fan base. I'm not a big, because there's some people like big fan base like Doctor Who, because they're paid a lot of money for that series to make things. So if that series bombs, boy, Amazon's going to take a hit because they spend what $1 billion for the rights to that. I think it was they put a lot of money.
It won't even be a drop in the barrel for them.
Yeah.
But,
it'll be a bomb. If it's a bomb, they'll take it as a tax loss.
So this story predates the story
predates. Like we're talking thousands of years.
the story of Bilbo Baggins. Colored me interested. I want to
Yeah,
find
this-
out.
this
We're
is-
talking thousands of years before
But isn't
Bilbo.
but that ain't it? They're gonna have what's his name? The guy with what's the bad guy in the Lord of the Rings?
Sauron?
Sauron. Isn't they gonna have his like his birth or something in there?
It's gonna be it's gonna be close to. He's either gonna be a young man, but it's before he became the Dark Lord.
Dark Lord, yeah.
I'm
He's still
interested.
gonna
I mean, I want to
he's
see
still
it.
gonna
I mean,
Yeah,
He's still gonna be a regular Numenorian.
yeah.
I thought he was elf.
No, Sauron was not an elf. He was a Numenorian.
Oh, okay.
He was from
Yeah.
the island of Numenor that was destroyed. He was basically a Lord of the Rings Atlantean, for all intents and purposes.
Okay.
Cool.
Because the island of Numenor was destroyed, and that's why the humans from Numenor went to Middle Earth, and that's how they met the elves and the dwarves and the Hobbit. Because humans were not from the main continent of Middle Earth; they were from an island called Numenor.
Yeah. And
Read the Silmarillion. Read the Silmarillion. It tells the story.
I need to get that, but that is the only book I'm missing.
Well, I'm reading it right now, so
Oh, right, nice.
I'm reading it. I have the Lost Tales, and I'm about to read those too.
And to also continue to mention about the Halo TV show and how some of the Halo communities giving it flack before it even come out. I'm not really trying to defend the show, nor trying to shit on it either, because again, it's not out yet, so we don't know what the quality will be like.
Yeah.
And just like you said, wait until the show's out before you give a peace of mind too, before you do that. You know.
See, the problem that a lot of these toxic fans are giving it based on. It's becoming less based on the franchise, more based on hating the studio.
Yeah, and it's just more or less self-entitlement
The moment the word Disney comes out of your mouth, everybody loses their fucking shit.
Oh yeah, it's a bandwagon. It's a hate train. You know.
It's that and Warner Brothers now, both because like the Matrix now, they're suing because of the Matrix.
Mind you, I'm not happy with Warner Brothers either, but I don't just automatically start reeing at the top of my lungs when I hear the word Warner Brothers.
And yeah, that's a joke I mostly monologue to myself and sometimes tell my folks whenever they hear a certain name and certain word, especially with their behavior. They go every time like they say a certain name of a company or a franchise, they just go.
Well,
you know,
there's only 4 or 5. There are only 5 studios now, so I mean, it can't bitch too much about
only 5 major studios.
5 major. Yeah.
Yeah, and I seen some people whining and moaning about some minor stuff like some anime studios as well. But then again, I'm not going into that territory since I'm trying to move on from that.
Yeah.
I just think it's stupid. If you're gonna hate something, don't call yourself a fan of it.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you like Jurassic Park? Did you see the Jurassic World 3 trailer?
Yeah,
today?
we saw the trailer. Yeah, we were talking about it earlier.
Oh, we're talking about earlier?
dinosaurs.
Okay. Oh, I wasn't here when. Okay. Did y'all like it?
Oh yeah, it was actually pretty cool.
I haven't seen the trailer.
It looks pretty good. They bring all the original people from the first, well, except the grandfather guy, but they bring all the original people back. It looks good. It looks like it's going to be a big hit this summer.
John Hammond zombie.
Yeah, you never know. They could. Well, yeah. They could.
Yeah,
No,
he
he's-
says he's
Well, I mean,
hyping
they're cloning dinosaurs. Why not
They
John
could
Hammond?
clone
Right?
him. Yeah, they could.
Sorry,
Yeah, they
Dominion.
could. Really, they could. They could.
Yeah, I mean, we had a clone of Hammond's friend's daughter,
Yeah.
and who they made him thought she was the granddaughter of that scientist, but when actually she was a clone of that scientist's daughter.
Wow.
And her secretary had to fertilize it,
Ew.
fertilize her.
Stop fertilizing things. Quit it.
Guys,
Sorry,
I'm
we're
gonna have to
getting
pop out
serious here. I had
tonight.
to make a
I gotta get up in the morning. So
No problem.
Well,
But,
thanks
yeah.
for coming, Jason Lee, and we'll catch you
Jason Lee,
later
I
today. I
will see
think.
you.
well,
I will see
yeah. I
you
was gonna
later.
say tonight at 11:15. Yeah, I would say tomorrow, but it's already today already.
Jason Lee, as long as everything goes okay, I'll be on your panel tomorrow night.
Okay, yeah, I'm in. Like I said, I've been sick the last 2 days, so as long as I'm okay, I might be a little sniffly if when I get on there, but yeah, we'll do it 11:15. We'll try to do a little piece. Have you seen Peacemaker? So we're just going to do a little bit of that tonight, tomorrow too.
I haven't, but I heard good things about it.
I'll have to
I've
watch the
seen
newest
it.
episode.
It's funny as hell.
Oh yeah,
John Cena.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the most recent episode
Yeah,
out,
the
but I'll
recent
watch
episode,
it before I talk.
watched that yesterday morning.
Only thing I say, you won't never see that on Disney Plus.
No.
Especially this last episode. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? When I ain't gonna say it because he ain't seen it yet, but yeah, they don't show that. They don't show stuff like that. It's like I was saying, but Cad Bane, you didn't see no blood or nothing like that. There's a lot of blood in this series.
Oh,
yeah.
But it's good. It's good, man. I love that eagle, man. I wish I could have. Yeah, I wish I could have Ted Eagle, man. I love that.
He thought he was a butt baby.
And that intro, man. I don't know. This series, it seems like it's going to be a one and done, possibly series.
I hope not.
But I hope they make a second one. I mean, I really enjoy it. I mean,
it's funny as hell. I hope they come out with a second.
They're
season.
probably with as good as it's doing. They're probably going to make a
oh my
sequel
god!
season.
Oh, they'd
I
be
love it,
stupid
man.
if they didn't.
Oh, I thought I was going to not like it because I was like I didn't care for John Cena as an actor, but it just
I like that last episode. I like the last episode,
Yeah.
the one before this most recent one,
don't.
where he's doing the thing at the school, doing the career day at the school, and that one little girl asked him about the bar and if he knows so and so, and he was like, yeah, I know her. She was really cool, and she goes, well, I think you're my daddy. And he was like, change the subject.
I just like it. I like the music in it. Oh, my God.
Oh,
man.
yeah, the intro. I mean,
Yeah, I tell you, man, they should put Jedi Bill in that fan when I'm rocking, man. You know, when he's doing this karaoke, he'd be perfect. You know, when they're driving down they're driving down in that van and if I could just see Jedi Bill in there when they're rocking out with
that little
dude,
green
you
ninja.
should have been at the karaoke
dude.
stream last night, dude.
Oh, I watched it, but I couldn't. Dude, I'm so nasally, man. I'd be sound like garbage if I.
Well, at least you watched us though.
Yeah, I was watching. I was checking all that. Well, I came in. I missed some of it because I was still at work. He did it early because I came in. He was doing the soup already. He told me I missed the rooster song. Yeah.
Ooh, Darius, watch out for the Thai food, man. Thai food not so bueno, especially spicy Thai.
But yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to call it a night. So stop by if you can tomorrow night, 11:15 Eastern.
Yep,
I know
y'all.
I know y'all.
Jason Lee's Tucker channel.
Yeah.
Just
like and subscribe.
Yeah, 11:15 Eastern, because I know a lot of people are different time zones here. We got people from
it'd be 10:15 for me. So I'll see you, man. I'll be there.
Yeah.
As long as I don't get drug on to Poindexter, or if me and Brodan don't do our own thing, I'll be there.
You gotta get some rest too. You told me you hadn't slept in like 3 days the other day. So
I did. I actually did get about 5 hours sleep yesterday morning.
Okay.
That's good.
And I'm off the next 3 days anyway. So.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Good.
I only work 4 10s. So.
Okay. Cool. Good deal.
Yeah.
All right, guys. So have a good night. Hey, Maura.
Business chicken. See you later, Serious Business Chicken.
See you, Jason. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Also, subscribe to Jedi Bill.
Oh, and there's also another example I remember giving off to one of the people that was whining about the upcoming Halo TV show. And you guys remember the one short from Halo Legends called Odd One Out?
No.
Well, it's a non-canon short, which is it's basically a Dragon Ball Z styled comedic shonen version of the Halo universe, and it completely contradicts the overall theme of Halo, where it's mostly dark, grim, and serious. And nobody batted an eye batted an eye about that then. That much.
That much.
Yeah. I mean, the short's on YouTube. You can watch it for you guys can look it up and find it.
Excuse me, everybody. Excuse me, I've got an announcement to make. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Dog.
calm down, sit. Okay. Boobs.
Doggy.
That'll be all.
Okay.
And not to mention, in that same short, the enemy in short was a brute elite hybrid, and that was also a cyborg. And we never seen anything like that else again anything else happen again in the other Halo related media.
Well, that just kind of died.
Crickets.
Random crits.
Cricket.
Yes, it's because I mentioned boobs and you kept talking.
And I'm supposed to be impressed by that thing.
No, you're not supposed to be impressed. Moira's not supposed to be impressed. But if a guy says boobs, all nerds are supposed to go boobs. Where?
Boobs, where?
Please.
No, I think you mean old men, not nerds.
Yeah.
I am not a mean old man.
Boobs. Go out and grab a pair.
Better not, or you're gonna get slapped in the face.
Boobs.
Hardly working.
Nature's stress relief.
Mm. The world would be a much better place if everybody just loved boobs.
Yeah, I mean, Japan is one of those countries that are an example of that. I mean, they literally have a national holiday called National Opie Day.
Oh.
Yeah. And
You
again,
could buy women's used underwear in the vending machines.
Gross.
yeah,
Not just women used underwear, schoolgirl used underwear. And they get paid good for them, too.
that's also
What
fucked
the
up too.
heck?
They like
Yeah.
them. They
No, God,
yeah.
no.
Set law.
Throw those away.
No, they got
these girls
vending
sell their
machines.
underpants for just that purpose.
People are
They
running
wear
around
them one
wearing a
time,
mask
and then they
because they're
sell
afraid
them.
of being within 6 feet of somebody, but somebody's going to buy someone's used underwear off the internet. I'm fucking done.
Who's selling their underwear?
No, it's not Moira. It's not the internet. It's actual vending machines in Japan.
Oh, that's so much better.
No. Throw those
Yeah.
away.
They're all packaged up.
Now you got to spray
Yeah,
everything with
They're
Japan-
Lysol.
used underwear,
Japan is
Dale.
really sex
Throw
crazy.
those away.
And
No,
not to
they're
mention,
wrestling.
Canada's the same way as well, and even over to Ireland, just like what Darius mentioned. No, not Darius, but Potato Revan said.
They like the pantaloons over there. What can I say?
Yeah.
Do.
Insert Benny Hill.
No, that was a little fanfare they used to play at football games when I was playing football in high school.
Oh, I know. I was just. We were just.
Well,
Hey, yeah,
they'll
that's
have
the
the
same music
lingerie
I
bowl
heard in my high school.
before football.
And all I have to say to everybody here is I personally remember the old Bud Ice commercials with the penguin. And you would be in an empty room, and then you would hear the song doobie doobie doo, and then you'd see the penguin waddle into the room, and he's the one that's humming the song.
Wait, you mean the penguin?
And all I have to say is beware the penguin. Beware the penguin.
The same penguin from DC, right? Or was it a different penguin?
It was supposed to be an actual penguin.
Oh, okay. And heck, speaking of Bud, my dad has a vintage vengeance wall portrait of Bud Beer's old mascot from the 80s called Budman.
Oh yeah, Bud Man.
Yeah, I never heard of him, but it was something from my dad's old
Oh
pinball
yeah.
room. Look at that.
Remember Spuds McKenzie and all that other good stuff.
Yeah. My dad told me said that when he was telling a friend of ours is that he had that since high school, and also had it with him after graduation.
I don't know, Bud Man might be even older than the 80s.
Darius, I don't know. Speak English. I can't understand what you're saying.
Nobody can understand what you're saying, man.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Oh, I don't want to put it that way, but okay.
No, that'll work. Say what again? I double dog dare you. Say what again?
Well, shoot.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
What? Huh? Funny. I never heard of a place called What. Do they speak English in What?
Pulp Fiction? Is that
Yeah.
Pulp?
Yeah.
No? Yeah, that's what I thought.
See,
Yeah.
I used to have this thing I'd say. There's some fucked up stuff to say to a person, but if you hear it from me, you was about to die anyway. But I've decided today I'm gonna let you live.
I don't understand what he's saying.
Something
There
Should
it
I
is.
let you live, Alastair?
Huh?
Should I let you live, Alastair?
Well, I'm a demon. I'm technically immortal, so you can kill me as many times as you
Well,
like, but I'll always come back.
Your emoji looks like a boob.
What?
If I molecularly
Your
tear,
avatar.
Your
There's
avatar.
if
nothing
I
on
build a
there.
machine to molecularly tear you apart, you won't be immortal anymore. I'll dissipate your atoms.
Okay, Molecule Man.
Yeah, unless you got a machine that will
Not
do
Molecule
that, like
Man, that's
snap
Dr.
machines.
Manhattan, and I want to walk around naked with my blue schlong hanging out.
Mm-mm. No, thank you.
I've been driven insane by this panel.
I think you're already there, weren't you?
Huh? In a good way.
No, Batman. Why don't you tell me if I was already insane or not?
Yes.
Meltdown, 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 meltdown.
Okay. Anyway, I'm also going to mention another thing that I found out, which I just thought of to mention now. Well, the MonsterVerse is continuing, and there's going to be a new MonsterVerse show on Apple TV.
I don't have Apple TV.
Me neither, though. It is weird that they had to go with go with that. But then again, I guessing the reason why is because, well, from what I heard, is that they're probably making it more accessible and known to everyone. Since recent times, Godzilla hasn't really been too mainstream since the past decade until the MonsterVerse came.
That Godzilla versus Kong was a good flick.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's true,
and there's going to
Darius.
be there's also going to be a Kong Skull Island anime on Netflix as well. Japanese cats say "nyan." Japanese for meow.
That is true. If they say nan, yeah, or
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Let's see. We have 8 people watching, and we've been going at this for 4 hours now.
Yeah,
Well,
and this
more
is the
like
longest I've been on
4.5.
this stream.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's pretty much also because, well, I haven't really felt tired yet.
I haven't been feeling that tired either.
Yeah, I mean, I was
Crystal
doing
meth's
good
a hell of a drug, huh,
previous.
kid?
Ugh.
Does anyone else want to say anything? Before I end this stream.
Boobs.
Bleed.
Boobs.
Well, yeah. Well, I do got actually a little bit of something to say. Is that
All right, go for it.
Well, I mean, I really had fun with this stream.
I did
With
too.
this stream since, well, it's been the longest since I've been on it. Well, the other times I just got off because I got other stuff to do a bit, and just because I was getting tired. But this has been the longest I've been on here, and it's already 3:40 a.m. where I'm at.
2:40 for me.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Raquel, can I talk to you, DL, and Moira in the back room after we get done?
Yes. We're gonna get done.
Future stuff.
Huh?
Okay.
About what?
About some future stuff I've got plans for.
Sure.
All right.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
either way, we're gonna end here for tonight. I maybe we'll do this again, like on the weekend. Yeah, most likely, or either that or a movie.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And to also to mention this to Fate as well, about a point he made just before things end off. I mean, yeah, I didn't think about much about how Red versus Blue was basically its own universe, despite being being used, having the Halo multiplayer being used. I mean, all this stuff is literally Halo, but except in this universe, it's been established it's not. But yeah, and you're right. Nobody batted an eye about that yet. About that, but now all of a sudden they care with this new Halo TV show. But then again, I just say, well, can't really hate on something.
The difference is, and I'm going to make this final point, and then we're going to have to go, Lester.
No problem.
The final point is this. Okay. 20 years ago, fans were way different than they are now.
Yep.
20 years ago, we liked what we liked. We didn't fuck with other people who didn't like what we liked. And they didn't fuck with us. Now, today, all we do is bump up on each other and bitch before things come out. And that has got to change before fandom can heal itself.
Exactly.
And
because it's really getting old at this point.
Before that, until that happens, nothing is going to be united, and that's really sad because it should be. We should all be united in the things we love, regardless of whether you love what I love. We should all be reunited in the idea of fandom, and that was the whole point of comic book conventions. That was the whole point of sci-fi conventions. That was the whole point of horror conventions, is to get people together and have fun.
Yeah.
And now all we have is this hate crate bullshit. And it's got to change. It has got to change before we will change.
Oh, yeah, especially since fandom nowadays is basically so divided, like the galaxy of Star Wars itself, and the fandom going at each other hard and being so divided and circle jerking, hate each other, like the factions of Warhammer 40K itself.
What are you pointing at, Maura?
I'm agreeing with him.
Ah.
But yeah, things do really need to change since, well, it's really getting old at this point, and most of us people who aren't on the middle ground and aren't interested in nagging at everything and at each other since life's too short to do this kind of thing. Well, things do really need to change since, well, like I said, it's getting old, and it's been going on since like the late 2010s, and it's pretty much getting old,
It's been old from the beginning.
Oh yeah, I know. But again, to be fair, it's back then it wasn't as super major. Of course, with nowadays, especially with how much mainstream the internet has become, it's just gotten way worse. But hey, and for now, all I can say is, well, say screw them, since, well, I'm no longer I'm trying my best to, still work on trying to ignore them the best way I can and try to, try to be happy with stuff again, since, well, since everyone's going to need some positivity throughout their life, especially with these times, especially for these hardening times,
Definitely.
Yeah. But yeah.
Hey, but before we go, follow everybody's channels on the live chat, and also I just created a gaming channel on YouTube that will be coming soon once I get my new PS4 console. So
Sweet.
please check that out. And well, we'll catch you guys soon. Have a good night, everybody. Love y'all.
Later, Gators.
Good night, everyone.
Night to you, Thade.